Welcome to the GRG podcast, the place for all your gaming news, plus hot topics of the week. Also, remember to follow us on Twitter at KMEGA4.
Remember those days, those L's, I couldn't sleep right now. I get paid, fake game, staying B-side. Breaking the blues over steak, I gotta eat right. You could be my peace sign. I don't need bad energy around me. I just need sun, you're so cloudy. I wake up good, you're so grouchy. Please get from around me. When the truth don't work, you start telling lies. Thought you were down to ride, you weren't down to ride. Caught switching, you were picking sides. Don't blink, caught slipping like a slip and slide. I was shooting dice till I got a nosebleed. Money on the floor, can't get cold feet. Took a L, should've put it in the offering. Lord, forgive me for my sins, don't know of me. Scary thoughts, I got scary thoughts. Lost control, now I'm taking charge. Breaking bills, friends breaking off. You could be the youngest, I'm the dawn. Kiss the ring, nah. In the scene like GOT. Stay awake, don't sleep. Like Jon Snow, get R.I.P. Remember those days, those L's, I couldn't sleep right now. I get paid, fake game, staying B-side. Breaking the blues over steak, I gotta eat right. You could be my peace sign. I don't need bad energy around me. I just need sun, you're so cloudy. I wake up good, you're so grouchy. Please get from around me. Just me, myself, and I'm my favorite threesome. The cars I drive by, I never lease them. They say if you can't beat them, then you join them. That's no option, I don't join, I always beat them. I was fake, you had to find me. Now I'm on beat, skating like I'm grinding. L hit me, said it's all about the timing. If you want the vision, get to spinning. My mama told me trust in God, it's never limits. Now I'm on the scoreboard, running up the digits. I put in work, you know I'm up to get it. Early bird gets the worm and the Yankee fitted. Like, whoa, bags under my eyes and you know. Won't complain, I'm tired, I'm on go. For that grip, 10 toes till they swole. For that grip, 10 toes till they swole. Remember those days, those L's, I couldn't sleep right now. I get paid, fake game, staying B-side. Breaking the blues over steak, I gotta eat right. You could be my peace sign. I don't need bad energy around me. I just need sun, you're so cloudy. I wake up good, you're so grouchy. Please get from around me.
What's up, everybody? The GRG podcast is live. Man, this is wild. This is wild. This is wild. This is wild. This is wild because not only, I missed last week because of some situations. And first off, I want to give everybody a big shout out. Thank you so much for the concerns and for everybody coming out and saying, asking,
What's up, everybody? The GRG
it's
podcast
great. It's great. I do definitely appreciate all that.
Man,
I need to. This is wild.
And
this is wild. This is wild. This is wild. This is
turn
wild.
my voice
Because
off. Hold on.
not only,
because I can hear myself.
I missed last week
Hold on,
because of some
one second.
situations. And first off, I want to
All
give
right,
everybody.
let's do that.
All right, there we go. All right. So, but I definitely do appreciate everybody doing that, man. Man, thank you so much. Thank you so much. And then this is, a special show. Hopefully for the next couple of weeks, man. We got we're going to be bringing in the past with the present, and man, I can't say enough, man. I got to give a big shout out to everybody who has been a part of the GRG podcast from the very beginning to now. Without these guys and ladies, man, it would not. It wouldn't have got to 200 episodes. And so, I got to give a big shout out to, of course, Delilah, the first person I came to because she's so talented. I seen that Scalebound video and I fell in love with her work and her vision. And I was like, man, yeah, man, she needs to be out there. Then Lady Infamous, we was part of the crew with 100 in them, Intro Media Gaming, and I'm like, look, you raw, you real, you got this spunk about you. Plus, you show that you game because you already was doing the Twitch thing well before a lot of people that I know that's doing it now, me included. And you know what I'm saying? And I promised her, like, look, you get this, you're gonna get to that 1,000, I promise you. So I said, you know what I'm saying, we're gonna do this. And Lady Infamous, you know what I'm saying, is definitely another member that's very, very important to the podcast. Also, another person that's here tonight, man, Fonzarelli. And I got to go take it back before I say something about Fonzarelli. I got to give it up to my boy all day. You know, even though we have our differences and things didn't work out the way that it should have, you know what I'm saying? I do appreciate all day. I reached out to him as well. Hopefully that maybe he could come onto the show next week. But you know, he was a part of the team to start this off as well. And he introduced me to Fonzarelli, and, you know, the golden voice came through, and man, you know what I'm saying, all day spunk, his charisma, his style. He had a great presence. I knew that needed to be out. I knew that when I first met him with my boy B Shadows, and we was doing work there. And so, you know, shout out to All Day for what he's doing over there for Luca and all that. And then so for Fonzarelli, man, you know, seeing where you started from, where you've gone, what you're doing now, you know, people get to see you, people, you know, love what y'all do out there at RDX. Yeah, no, it's a pleasure. And it's just
I appreciate it, bro.
Yeah, no doubt. And just like with, you know, 100, that was a part of it. You know what I'm saying? Much love to him. To Livewire, we call him the Bruh Man, you know what I'm saying, the Dolphin King, aka Donald Trump, you know what I'm saying, because you don't know what you're gonna get from live, you know what I'm saying, on the show. And then, you know, for a brief moment, our boy Kaleidoscope, you know what I'm saying, you know, he was there for GRG for about a year, you know what I'm saying, and then he had life stuff to take care of. Shout out to him, our boy Triple Cup Chuck, you know what I'm saying, hopefully that those guys can be on next week. And then, you know, of course, the panel that we have now, looking at pretty much the next generation of GRG, to see to that where we started from, and how awful I was as a host. I haven't got too much better, but still, you know, for everybody dealing with my crazy situations with me rushing in from work and then trying to get the podcast together, and then having technical issues and didn't know what the hell I was going to do. And for the people that still stuck with me and help supported this podcast to get to the point, it is absolutely amazing. So, you know, thank you guys for being a part of it, man. No doubt about it. If it wasn't for you guys, there would be no GRG. And also, the main ingredient is not only for the panel members that's here, but for you guys who's been a part of GRG ever since day one. You know, I love you guys so much, man. I thank you guys. You know, we got our highs, we have our lows, but you have always been consistent on coming through and supporting. And we talk about games, y'all listen. If not maybe tonight, but y'all listen through the week. And I can't say enough, man. I cannot say enough for the appreciation that I have. And to get this podcast to this point, it couldn't have been done without these guys. So, you know, so kudos to you guys. So without further ado, I guess, Delilah HD, Fonzarelli, Lady Infamous, what's going on with y'all? What's happening? How have y'all been?
I guess I'll go first since you mentioned my name first.
Yeah.
Been pretty good. Just, you know, moving from West Coast back to East Coast. You know, work is work. Still on my grind there. It's been fantastic. Just living my best life. It's crazy. It sounds doing some of the best work I've ever done. I'm in a good place. I'm in a real good place. But yeah, loving GWG. You know, of course, every Saturday we try to.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? We try to make sure we voice our opinions on games. And yeah, man, right now with this, we're going to get into it, but I know like the state of the industry and stuff, it's like you all haven't seen anything yet. And so it's just amazing to kind of witness the beginnings of it right now. And so it makes me excited. But yeah, we'll get into it later.
Oh yeah, no doubt. Lady Infamous, what about you? What you been up to?
Well, hello. Good evening, everybody. If people in the chat who don't know me, I am Lady Infamous, 1/4 of GWG, aka the best thing on a Saturday morning.
That's right.
Your shooter's favorite shooter. How are you guys today? I'm gonna be honest with you, man. Just low key, just making sure our show is on point every week and be streaming and making money. That's all I do. We try to give the best show possible every Saturday. Yeah. And if I ain't working, I'm streaming. I'm playing whatever I can get my hands on. And, you know, I'm so excited and honored to be part of the show today amongst old and new people. And it feels like, you going to your cousin's house and you ain't been in your cousin's house in a while, right? So that's how it feels right now. So
did a little remodeling, did a little cleaner.
I see you. I see you. I see you. I like that. It's always room for improvement. And when you improve, you learn more about yourself and what could be better with you and yours. So I'm doing all right. So
no doubt.
Well said, Lee. Well said.
No doubt. And of course, I didn't say GWG, you know what I'm saying? I apologize for that. But yeah, that was really the first branch off, because you ladies went and y'all did y'all's own thing. And, I couldn't be more proud, like Fonzarelli said,
awesome.
You know what I'm saying? Y'all killing it with the shirts. I need to find out who y'all shirt game people are, because y'all
we got the merch shop.
Y'all merch is on point. I'm like, God damn, what's happening here? Yeah, I'm like, golly. But y'all do a great job, man. And you know what I'm saying? I can't wait to see y'all ladies keep growing, because y'all have it's like, like with anything else, man, sometimes it just, the success is not going to just pop over overnight, but when it hits, it's going to hit. And
let me just add to that too, KMEGA. When it comes to Infamous, okay, she's been on her grind for years. Ever since I've been in this community, she's always been streaming, pushing hard, doing her thing. She's literally one of the best gamers out there in this community, hands down.
No doubt.
I appreciate that. I wish more people see that. Would see that.
Now her ass is trying to come talking about she coming to the battlefield realm. I don't know. Me and
I
Skill
got
Rain
money.
might have
she got skills, man.
No. Constantly got skills. No doubt about that.
And look, I'm not. He's gonna have to see me when he's gonna have to see me. I already told him on Twitter that I'm a shooter. Just because I don't play Call of Duty no more, don't mean I don't know how to shoot. So just remember that.
I've been carried by Infamous before.
No. I played with him, no doubt about it. And saying shout out to Delilah for coming in to fight night every once in a while when we play Dead or Alive and giving us hell. Like what? This is possible. But
it's all about the games.
It is. And Killer Instinct. She getting down. But yeah, no doubt about it. But okay, Fonzarelli, man. Man, you know what I'm saying? It is wonderful to have you on. And listen, I wasn't expecting anything when I was listening to y'all on RDX, but then you just kind of threw me back, because I even told Lemon and them, I was like, I said, Fonz just shouted me out, like out of the blue, just shouted out GRG and was talking about all this and that. And I was just like, And so, I really do appreciate that, because that's one thing that I always, even though, like I said, the issues that I've had with Next Gen and things like that, I can never, ever take away for the opportunities that I got from BGST and from doing multiplayer and from all that. That, you know what I'm saying, you never take away from anybody that's giving you an opportunity.
Despite like whatever, anytime you got an issue with somebody, like especially with me, I hold no grudges. I don't care about the petty stuff in life anymore. It's all about,
it's over.
In this realm anyway, it's all about the games and gaming and stuff, and that's all I care about when I talk on these shows and stuff. I don't care to hear people talk about other men and stuff. That's just
ridiculous.
It's unnecessary. But no, I'm having a good time out here. Still do RDX every Tuesday, and that's been real fun. And it's cool to, meet certain people through that, platform there. And then doing my own thing now with GTL, with Games Talk Live. I really enjoy doing that. The one-on-ones is just really something that I've wanted to do for a long time. I just feel that there's something like, these types of podcasts are great with a bunch of people talking and stuff. It's awesome, but there's still room for that one-on-one.
Yes.
And I know few people do it in the community. It's more intimate, more engaging. I think it's fun. It's a lot of fun for me.
Yeah, no, and that's why me and Don, when we do the Devin the Gamer, that now he's settled, he's moved and everything. So then we'll be getting back to doing that. But yeah, no, you're right. It is just having that one-on-one that just. You're just talking back and forth. No, have to listen to a whole bunch of other people just giving their opinions.
And not only that, you get to do it the way you want to do it when you run your own show. And that's another thing too. It's like, because I like to add a lot of silly stuff within my stuff. The trivia thing I do at the beginning and stuff. A lot of nostalgic thing I bring back.
Yeah.
So
yeah, no,
love it.
Yeah, that's good stuff. And then of course, like what Still Rain does with Pong, and with living split
Yeah, that's a great show
screen.
too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's great,
appreciate
great
it. Appreciate
podcast.
it.
And then of course, just everybody else. But I got to get to the rest of the panel,
Yeah,
man.
we got
Yeah, let's go,
yeah,
man.
I
exactly.
mean,
Let's go.
because
We
we
gotta get
deep,
these
we
intros
deep,
popping.
we deep. All right, so let's get on to the next lady. I see she came in there. Oh man,
Slid
you
through
know,
the back door.
the first lady of the next generation of GRG, our main girl D. What's happening with you, lady? What's going on? D, gang.
So sorry.
I mean, you good.
Yeah,
You're welcome. The back door's open. We keep it unlocked.
You good?
Food is on the
Yeah.
stove. Heat it
Yeah.
up. Get your plate. Let's
Yeah,
get
lemonade here tonight. He ain't gonna eat it all up tonight.
it.
What's going on, y'all? It's been a long week. I'm glad to be here. Playing some games and playing with people, looking at the news. So I'm really excited to kind of dig in and talk some shit real quick.
Oh yeah.
And thank you for everybody for showing up today on time. My bad.
Oh yeah, no, you're good. You good. I know you're a stickler about being on time. I know HD would love she hey,
Absolutely.
listen. She's about that work. Trust me. I had to hear that for a minute, but yeah, but it's all good.
And time is money.
Time is money. It is. All right. And then we moving on to our main man, Six Slayer. What's going on with you, brother? How you been?
Man, life can be a bit of a struggle sometimes, but it makes you stronger, But enough said about that. Don't worry, I'm gonna be all right. But more importantly, 200 episodes, man. Congratulations, sir. I'm proud to have been, some part of that.
Yes.
And you bring up and you named all these past panelist members and such, and great people, all of them. But another name, well, it's not just one name. It's a group. It's a hive mind that I feel is just as important, and that's the chat. And
yes.
You like to mention all the time that I come from that chat, and that's true too. But that chat is something else. That is every bit a part of GRG as the panel members. And I just want to say thank you to everybody in the chat for dealing with us every week. Me in particular, I know I can be, some type of way. Yeah, she's saying that in the background there. Yeah, I could be some type of way, but man, it's all about games. It's all about fun. And so, man, 200 episodes, man. Congratulations. So let's
well said, man.
Let's get into it.
Thank you. All right. And our main man, PK. I've been knowing PK for a long time, man. Listener. He's been talking about, he's been talking for years, talking about getting into the podcast space. And now he's finally in, and now he's doing all types of stuff, man. This man got a chance to talk to my main man, Locke, before I could ever imagine of talking to him, man. I don't even know what to say here. The Nintendo King. What's happening with you, PK? What's happening? What's going on, bro?
What's happening? The most electrifying man in all entertainment right here. Ready to put the smack down on your candy ass. Let me tell you something. I am happy. It's been a long time, man. Hey, look, Fonz disappeared, man. This dude appears offline forever. Like, we've been friends for years, and I ain't heard from this man. It was like a distant cousin.
This man trying to make it
a distant cousin.
PK, I ain't got nothing against you, brother. I play games offline all the time because
You're just chilling.
I don't even want to get into it. Okay, there's
I already know
I'm
what
just
you're talking about.
throwing shade. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry, it ain't you, PK.
Don't worry about it. I'm just throwing shade. Hey, but
Don't worry about it, Fonz.
appreciate you.
Last time too.
Hey, look, I gotta let people know, that hey, I exist, and it's not unheard of that if you see me playing a game to hit a brother up, but it's all good. Hey, I'm glad you're here. It's been a while since we been on one of these and talk and had a good time. So I'm just glad and thanks for coming through. Sad that everyone couldn't come through, but like KMEGA said, for me it started with shout out to B Shadows. That's the man. I respect him, big brother. Always looked up to him. Definitely been a part of this whole situation, this movement, right? Of keeping the culture alive, not really trying to fake the funk or do something, kind of do it for business, for clicks. We're just trying to have conversations at the end of the day, and that's what it's about.
No
So
doubt.
yeah, I'm glad to be here, guys. Hey, look, everyone in chat, thanks for coming through. Definitely, it's great to see everyone. Unfortunately, I ain't gonna be able to stay all night, but hey, I'm here. Let's get it popping so we can get these topics rolling.
No doubt, no doubt. And then last but not least, man, our boy Still Rain, man. You know what I'm saying? The other half of the Living Split Screen podcast, man. Really talented brother. You know what I'm saying? So I'm letting everybody know who listens now and who listens later. Go, man, hit that man up, man. Have him come on your podcast. He's very knowledgeable.
Love.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? That man is talented, man. I seen that talent, man, when I first I said, oh, yeah, no, I got to get this dude on the podcast, man. I got to get him on quickly. But what's going on with you, brother? What's happening?
It is I am him, the one and only Still Rain. Again, KMEGA, you know what it is. The Rain back in the GRG kingdom, bringing the energy, bringing that authenticity, because gamers got to recognize games, right? Look, with that being said, the last couple of weeks for me, actually last few weeks have been kind of crazy, but really just been putting my nose to the grindstone, getting some things personally handled, job-wise, and then just gaming, man. Was able to wrap up on Scarlet Nexus, finish the Yuito storyline.
Nice.
Again,
How you like
Scarlet
it?
Nexus. Oh man, I love the game. It's my game of the year so far. I'm still gonna put it up there.
Same. Yep.
I enjoyed everything. No, only downside for me was the fact I wish more of it was animated, but it gets me excited for the next one because it possibly could be. Other than that, I'm heavy back into Black Desert Online. It's the only MMO that really gets my attention. Man, I just can't say enough about it. The combat system is unmatched to this day. The story is expansive. You can just live in a whole entire lifestyle in that game if you're not about the combat or the PvP, whatever the case. But and then Death's Door, man, I can't say enough about it. It was one of the games I saw the Devolver Digital showcase, and it was the only one that really stuck out to me throughout that whole showcase. And I bought it when it launched, man. And I gotta say, I love everything about the game so far. It was one of those, because I usually wouldn't jump into a game like that because I don't know, it's just other games that I could be playing right now. And it was one of those, I was like, $20, let me drop that down. And I just got into it in the first hour, man. I was hooked. Every time that I hop back in front of my PC, I'm like, man, let me run some Death's Door real quick. It does really well with, saving your points or whatever the case. The save system that it has is you can back out of the game at any point, so it respects your time, and it'll say, hey, we'll save all your progress, but you'll be restarting from the last door that you opened. So it has a lot of great things working for it. It's challenging, but it's not. I don't think it's impossible. But either way, with that being said, man, it's just interesting to get back into it tonight. I know there's a lot of fire things to talk about. I feel like the ladies might really knock it out of the park for a lot of people tonight. Have some strong things to say because there's a lot of crazy things continuously going on within our industry. And again, that's why I do what I do at Living Split Screen Saturday mornings, just to bring more representation to the community, to gaming overall. Because it got to hit those 3 billion gamers, man. But that's it. Let's get to these topics, man.
No doubt. And as usual, it is like clockwork. We're always going to have like a 30-minute intro. That's just GRG. That's what we do. Anyway, so, and if this gameplay that you're seeing right here, man, this is Greedfall. I just beat it last night. And I got to tell you, man, I enjoyed the hell out of that game. It's a low-budget game, pretty much, but for the most part, the voice acting is some of the best I've ever experienced. They really Focus knocked it out the park, or I should say Spider, that's the name of the studio. Knocked it out the park with the voice acting, and the combat is a little bit like between the Witcher 2 and Witcher 3, and so some people that kind of turns them off, but once you get used to that part of it, and then like you get off of the island, because that is kind of like the dreariest part, is trying to learn and understand and listen to all the dialogue and everything before you get off the island, which is a couple of hours. Then the game starts rolling. So yeah, I definitely recommend Greedfall to anybody out there that loves RPGs. But all right, let's get to the very first topic. And let's talk about Psychonauts. I've been out of the
Yeah.
loop all because, for the people out there. And hold on, let me read the super chat. I'm sorry. And yes, people, ladies and gentlemen, the super chat works. So let me go hit up here my boy, Henosis. He says, great work. All the best. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And thank you all, everybody, for the congratulations, man. I really do appreciate it. But go share this out to let people know that we are live. And anyway, so we're talking about Psychonauts 2. I've been out of the loop. And then I come and I check every once in a while, and then I just started seeing all this slander just going after the game, and I didn't know what to say. I said, "Damn, Psychonauts 2 came out in August because it comes out, I think, actually on my birthday. Is in August 25th is when it come out, right? So yeah, that's exactly on my birthday. So that's a hint, hint, wink, wink. Oh well, if you got Game Pass, so that's not no wink, wink. But anyway, regardless of that, the game isn't even out yet, and people are already comparing it to Ratchet and Clank, Rift Apart. I started saying the game looked like ass. I'm actually thinking that some people are out here talking like they actually put their hands on the game. So what is going on with this? Like, while people are trying to judge it from its previous entry, which was in 2005, before the HD era, we got to go to the ladies first. So let's go straight on and get to Delilah HD. What in the world is what we're hearing all this stuff about Psychonauts 2? What's the problem?
Oh wow! I mean, I guess it's all about who you follow, who you engage with on Twitter. Because I haven't really heard. I guess the people I follow are the things I've had to. I haven't heard too much slander.
So you got that block button on.
Yeah,
right.
I got that block button on. Yeah, it's
smart.
But I'm not. I do hear. I've seen like some of the comparisons. But it's I think it's unfair because every game is different, unique. So you're making a one-to-one comparison with Ratchet when they both had completely different timelines, completely different budgets, etc. It's unfortunate, but people are gonna do that. Gamers, we do that. We compare games, and it kind of is what it is. But I mean, I've been playing the first Psychonauts, and so I'm super excited for Psychonauts 2. Like, I'm right at the tail end of the first game. I played the first game years ago when it first came out, but I'm just getting that refresher. And Psychonauts 2 is going to be great. So I don't have any doubts about how good that game's going to be. I think the writing for Psychonauts 2 is going to be fantastic. And so yeah, I'm excited. I'm ready. I'm ready to jump in. So.
Okay. All right. Cool. What about you, Lady Infamous?
I'm going to be completely honest with you.
This sounds like it's got... Okay, go ahead.
It's a no for me, dog. It's a no for me, dog. Look, I'm going to be honest. Look, I never played the Psychonauts series, so I can't really judge anything about it.
That's what she said it was.
And the argument is, I guess I'm just too old for that. I mean...
Fanboy logic.
The fanboy logic, yes. Look, if you're a fan of Psychonauts and you're excited for the next installment, you shouldn't care what anybody says about it. If they don't like it, they don't have to buy it. I just don't. I can't tell you the story. I can't tell you how the art's supposed to look. I can't tell you the plot. I can't tell you anything. That's just a game that I am not familiar with. So I really can't say much on it. Because I'm not fit to sit here and have an opinion on something that I haven't played or I didn't have any experience. Because that'll be fake, and I don't want to be that. I don't want to push false narratives and things. But I do see it on Twitter, and I just be shaking my head because it's like people should be able to enjoy things. It don't matter where it comes from. So that's my answer.
All right. I mean, that's fine. I mean, you're keeping it real, so there's nothing wrong with that. All right, so we move on to the next lady on the show. D, what is your thoughts about this? Because I know we've kind of talked about this in the DM, and of course, you all about liking that slander too. So you was posting the stuff that people were saying. So, what is your thoughts about this? Are you kind of like Lady Infamous, or are you kind of like Delilah? Like you're interested in the game, you're excited about it, or is it just basically like, I don't know, this might not be your genre?
I'm gonna be real with you. I'm gonna play it because it's gonna be available to me. I do already have it like pre-ordered, preloaded, whatever it is. I'm gonna try it. I didn't play the original one, It was a title that I'd heard of, but has kind of been dormant for 17 years ish, 16 years. So it wasn't really on my radar. But I'm definitely going to give it a try just so I can see what it looks like, see if it's something that will interest me once it releases. As far as people doing comparisons, I don't know. I don't have that kind of energy just because I'm going to try it out regardless, if that makes sense. I don't see the need or, the necessity to pick it apart and say what it compares to.
Facts.
Because, I try to play everything. So at some point I have a PS5, but, I try to have my hands in everything. So if the game was coming out and I, was mainly on PlayStation, I'd still have the access to Game Pass. So I don't see the comparison. People understand different art styles and things of that nature when the game they're talking about is what they have access to. But as soon as it's something that they don't want to play or, are not going to play, then the comparisons come. It's just like, I don't know what you gain from that, but it is what it is. You can use that argument for a lot of things that take place on Twitter. So sometimes I'm like, I'll have the time, and sometimes I don't. And lately these days I don't. But I don't get why people are comparing it to Ratchet and Clank. I think both were going to be great titles on their own.
Mm-hmm.
Just like there are games that are, different art styles, different genres, and they're completely separate. So it's on Game Pass. So I'm gonna play it at one point.
No doubt. All right, cool. Yeah, and I mean that's me too. I have not played this. I've never played the first game.
Can't believe it. Wow.
So,
Such a good game.
Yeah, I know. And a lot of people have talked about. I mean, but okay. So hold on. Like I just got to say this right fast. I haven't played Doom Eternal yet. So yeah. So
wow.
I mean,
interesting.
Yeah, I'm not gonna cap and talk about it because I think that the ZeniMax deal is absolutely phenomenal for Xbox, but I'm not gonna just come out and be one of those people that's
okay.
Bethesda because
respect.
I can't do that because I play Fallout and I played some other games from them, but like I play a little bit of Dishonored and stuff like that, but I haven't played a lot of other games like that Bethesda have, and so
Doom and Wolfenstein.
Yeah,
those are great games.
I love Wolfenstein. Now that was the game that I forgot about because me and Don, we just got finished beating about a month ago.
Bro, you got to play Doom Eternal, bro.
Yeah, no. It looks phenomenal. I can't wait to jump on it, but I'm trying to get through my backlog. That's why I was showing the stuff that I was playing. But yeah, I am going to get to it. I just want to, but I do want to jump on the game that we were just talking about. But
yeah, Psychonauts too.
Yeah, Psychonauts. But I definitely want to jump. Well, I do love Wolfenstein. Like I said, me and Don just got finished beating the one with the daughters, the game with the daughters.
That's the worst one.
And that if that's the worst, if that's the worst one, then everything is good because I beat the old blood, but I haven't played 2, but I do have 2. And I played Rage. Yeah, and I really loved Rage, so I'm excited about Rage 2. So
Rage 2 is great too. Yeah. So, you got a lot in your backlog, bro.
I do, man. I do. So, but I've been playing all these RPGs that's like 300-400 hours long. So
I got a quick question for you all who played Rage and Rage 2. Which one's better between Rage and Rage 2?
I didn't play the original, so I can't.
Oh, okay.
I like Rage 2 a lot.
Anybody else? Because I played a little bit of Rage 2, but I mean I can't really give a comparison because I would just say 1, because I played 1. A lot further. So
I've been curious about it because it's in my backlog as well, and I just haven't jumped into it yet. I'm trying to get through Dishonored, and so it's like, man, when the Bethesda deal happened, everything with the Game Pass, it's like, man, that list got kind of long. You got to really kind of spread your time out a little bit, try to organize things overnight.
Right. No doubt about that. All right, so let's get to the gentleman, Fonzarelli, the guest. Your thoughts about the whole Psychonauts stuff? So, yeah, man, come on, man. What's
Psychonauts 2? I really enjoyed the first one back in the PS2 days. I played it on the PS2, and then my oldest daughter, she's an adult now, but that's one of her favorite games of all time is Psychonauts. So Psychonauts was a really heavily critically acclaimed game, and people don't really understand this. You see all this chatter on Twitter, this negative stuff. I mean, it's really dumb at the end of the day because this game is so highly liked and beloved by so many people that it was crowdfunded, you know? So, I mean, they raised like over $3 million to create this game, and, you know, they put it out there. And I think that what it boils down to is that you're just seeing a lot of fanboy talking points, whereas I didn't hear any really strong negative words against Psychonauts 2 until we heard that the Series X had a better version than the PS5. And when that news came out, then it just went to, you know, this is a trash game. Look at it. It looks, you know, terrible. It doesn't look as good as Rift Apart. And I mean, you're comparing a $3 million game to probably, you know, a double digit, you know, million. You're talking, I don't know how much they spent on Rift Apart, but I'm sure it's at least quadruple the price of what they spent in this game.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, and it's not even about that. At the end of the day, it is about the art style. Now, this is staying true to the art style of the original game. But what it is doing is it's also giving you better graphics. So graphics and art style are two different things. So just because the art style is a different art style doesn't mean the graphics or the textures are bad, because honestly, some of those textures look really darn good. I'm excited for the game myself because I enjoyed the first one. For those that haven't played it and you know, are not looking forward to it, fine. You have that. You can say you're not looking forward to it, and that's cool, but there's no need to badmouth it based on art style. Like, I just played a game and enjoyed the hell out of it called Blood Roots, and the art style is silly, and it's not really, it's just this little independent game, not much to it, it's not really a looker, but it was a fun game, which is the only thing that matters at the end of the day. The game is fun. So Death's Door, the art style is different, but it's an enjoyable game. I'm really enjoying it. So I don't get it's just all a fanboy talking point at the end of the day. It really is. They're not getting the version that the Series X is getting. Doesn't have all those bells and whistles. Well, look, it's an Xbox game. They bought this company and they put more money into the Series X version. They're not going to do that for the PlayStation 5 version. I get it. They're just using that back compat mode. You got what you got over there on the Sony platform because blame Sony for it, okay? And their poor backwards compat system over there.
Facts.
You know?
Talk about
blame
it.
them.
Talk about it.
So I don't know. At the end of the day, it's just fanboy talking points. It's silly.
Yeah, I totally agree. Before I get on to PK, I'm going to have to read the super chats. Thank you so much, ATL. He says, congratulations, KMEGA. You know what? I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. But it should be congratulations, GRG. You know, because I mean, it's not only me that's done it. You know, so like I said, I mean, yeah, I think I would be cool if I could just sit here and just rant and rave by myself, but I couldn't. I don't think GRG would be GRG without the people that's been a part of this panel, man. I have a lot of love for everybody who's been a part of it, no doubt about it. You know what I'm saying? I thank them all the time, every time I do it. So it is what it is. But thank you, man. Really do appreciate it, ATL. Sir X-Man, he says our backlog is just too large. Hard to catch up, brother, man, especially me being a knucklehead and keep playing these long ass games because I didn't think Scarlet Nexus was going to be as long as it was. I was like, you gotta
and that's just one side.
That's just one side. I said, holy shit.
Man, so what character y'all playing as right now?
I beat it with Kasani. Yeah, so now I got to play it. Well, but I'm excited because now you can, for the stuff that you switch over, that you have
it carries over.
It carries over, so it's going to be a lot easier. So yeah, so I'm going to be playing with Yubito this coming up. So I think
I'm playing with Kasane as well.
Yeah. She got on my nerves there for a minute though. I was like, you know what?
Yeah, it took a while to lever her up, man. Like,
I'm like, come on now, Kasane, you tripping? Yeah. Okay, can you give a man an explanation? Okay, anyway. PK. What's happening with you, brother, man? What do you think about this whole Psychonaut nonsense going on, man? I mean, are you excited for the game?
Yeah, I mean, this is my jam, right? I play these kind of games usually 100% of them. I did not play the original, however, I did watch people play it, and I watched some of my favorite people who got a chance to play it for 5 hours. Gave their impressions, and I'm pretty excited. And I thought about the games, and I play all these types of games, similar games. I don't care if it's Ratchet and Clank, Mario Odyssey. I play them all. You know, I have gamer score to prove it on all platforms. And I think the whole thing is it's just more or less getting shade just because it's under the Microsoft umbrella. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I'm not gonna say that the Ratchet and Clank game that just came out is bad. It's not. However, it's safe. It follows the same formula. It follows the same corny storyline telling. And there's nothing wrong with it. It's safe. However, you look at Psychonauts and it takes chances. It has humor and writing that would go in a sitcom, right? You have intelligent, not only voice actors, as you know, I talk to these guys all the time, and they put in a lot of work to give you an art piece rather than trying to sell a staple or, you know, whatever the big name is, and let the name carry it and not really give you something different or something that pushes it beyond its barrier, right? I mean, think about it. As many Mario games that we had, the only true one that truly broke that barrier was 64. And then I mean, we can go from Mega Man 2, right? Mega Man 8, we can name a bunch of them, but what I'm getting at is when they take chances and they just want to put their heart and soul into a game. I mean, we can refer this to music, we can refer this to movies, we can refer this to TV shows. You can honestly say it's a bit different, a different kind of aspect when you can tell when someone wants to put their heart and soul into something versus they're just doing microwave to give you something to do for now, and then you move on to the next thing, and then that's forgettable, right? So to me, I think that Psychonauts 2 is going to leave an impression. And what I heard, I can't remember his name, but I was listening to him talk on an interview, and he said, you know, the fact that he has Game Pass, or his game is being on Game Pass, gives him the ability to give people the chance to try his game that would not buy it if they had looked at it.
Tim Shaker?
Yes. So I think that's awesome that he sees this as an opportunity to touch another 100,000, million, possibly 25 million other people that could possibly try his game, to check it out, to see what this game means to them. It's not just the game, right? It's everything, the storytelling, how they put it together. Like I said, it's like a TV show, right? In many ways, it reminds me of Persona. You know, you have all these relationships you build. You have all these dialects going on. You got the sense of humor, and you're doing world building, and it doesn't hold your hand. And what I mean is, I'm not saying game is hard or supposed to be hard or easy or none of that. It's more or less like when you're in the hub, it doesn't point to, hey, come talk to this guy to start a quest. It doesn't do that. No, it leaves it up to you to take it upon yourself to go and talk to people and interact and go and experience the world for yourself, because the intention was for you to have your own experience. And I believe that's awesome. And for people not to see that when you have these story pivot points where there are fixed moments that you have to do. And maybe I'm just bored with that. I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but I just don't see that as exciting anymore, and I do get bored with it. Just like our current games, and I'm not knocking Ratchet and Clank. However, it does follow that same formula.
Oh man, big shout out to Ray G4, man. He says congratulations GRG past and present honorable mention. I will not fall asleep doing a live podcast. Bro, Ray G4, man, you a nut. Hey, he was a guest on GRG a couple of years back. And he fell asleep on the podcast. Now, if anybody that knows Ray G4, which PK I know that you do, Rain was infamous for falling asleep on the podcast. Like, I mean, and listen, maybe I got,
Wow.
and maybe I got my long podcast. Me extended podcast for more hours than it should be from my boy.
Yeah, it's gonna be like 4 hours, so I just can't blame.
No, we ain't doing no 4 hours. No, because no. But those shows be lit though. There's been people that say, "Oh, man, I stayed the whole 4 hours." Like, how? Why the hell did you stay that long? But anyway, I mean, you look now. I see RDX is going further. I see the Iron Lords don't give a damn. They go way long now. You know what I'm saying?
That seems like they do 5 hours some
right,
days.
Right. So like, it used to
Love
be
those
like
guys.
you can't go. Oh, I love them too. You can't go 2 hours. Matter of fact, I'll be on Addicts show Tuesday. So check me out on that. But yeah, it's crazy, man. Like, you know what I'm saying. But shout out to my boy Rain, man, who's been down and a supporter, and has been, I consider, a friend, man, for a really long time, man, going back to the Beast Shadow days, man. So no doubt. All right, so Still Rain, my man.
Oh yeah.
What's your thoughts about this Psychonauts 2 business, man? I see people call it a controversy. I don't look at it that way. I think it's more like, for what we've been kind of feeling, is this is like people say just they're acting a fool more than they're actually trying to want to play the game. They're already labeling it. It reminds me a lot of how the people gave Slander the Sea of Thieves. What do you think about that?
For me, I'm gonna take a different approach because I saw it on the opposite end. For me, it was the main conversations that I was seeing going around were about the whole immortality mode that they were supposedly adding in the Psychonauts. The accessibility options, invincibility mode. Just the accessibility options seemingly being a problem to people. That's something that I personally never got. As far as like what people like in the game or not, again, I mean, I agree with the ladies and pretty much everybody else who's spoken. I don't pay attention to that stuff. You're either gonna like a game or you're not. Either you speak on it and speak on what you may not like about it, and speak on it in such a way where it's not just calling it trash. You're actually explaining why you might not be into it. Like, I'll be 100%. I'm not into Psychonauts. I have no interest in the game. The game's gonna be on Game Pass, and I'm not gonna play it. Now, would my daughters play it? Probably. And that's fine. I mean, again, this is a move for a game of that spectrum, a psychological game, like a lot of these games, that are of that ilk, to be a representation of what they're trying to do, right? Just trying to dig into, how people's different mental states can affect one another in a gaming space. And what they're able to do with Psychonauts 2, or just Psychonauts overall, is a very unique thing, and I hope the people that are into it enjoy that. For me, more so, what was more important to me versus people just talking about whether they like the game or not was just the whole accessibility thing. Because again, I just don't get why accessibility in gaming is a problem. I don't see why people need to gatekeep difficulty. Play on whatever makes you feel comfortable. Just because I like to play games on hard doesn't mean that you have to play games on hard. That has nothing to that doesn't correlate with anything. The only time it becomes a problem for real is when you're saying that the game is too easy and you played it on easy, or you played it with cheat codes or whatever else the case might be, and then you're complaining about the aspect of the game that doesn't really correlate with what you're talking about. At least it's not giving the proper representation. The biggest thing that I've seen from this entire situation is that we just need people who review games or people who just talk about games to disclose how they play the games. At the end of the day, I mean, play games how you want to play them, but be honest about them. Like, gaming is the last space that you need to come into, and as people say, cap. I hear a lot of people say that in this space. That's crazy because I was hearing it in my own town for a while, but people like to lie about gaming And I don't particularly understand that. Now, I do get that everybody may not be comfortable who they are as a gamer. Maybe you haven't been doing it long enough. Maybe you just don't know what you like for real, or just don't know the where you might stand. And that's okay, but you can't be so easily swayed into arguing with these people and spending more time talking on Twitter than you are actually playing video games. And that's what kind of separates it for me. Everybody wants to talk, trash about what makes games easy and what kind of gamer you are if you playing games or easy or whatever else the case might be. But these people aren't actually playing games. They're playing the Twitter fingers or whatever the case might be. So it's one of those things to where if you're into it, if you like it, I love it. Like I always like to say,
yep.
I mean, and it is what it is, man. I'm not here to gatekeep anybody from what they may be interested in. I'm not here to argue with you about why you think the game sucks or why you feel like I should play the game. We can have a conversation and keep it at that. We can always agree to disagree. So I think the biggest thing for me is, like, I see what y'all are saying, but it's more so just the accessibility thing, because it's just continuously coming up in conversation and acting like it's a problem, so.
Yeah, no doubt.
One thing you said that kind of stuck out to me is, like, I wonder what the perception is what's surrounding this game, because I mean, at the end of the day, Psychonauts is it's an action platformer. It's not trying to do anything too out of its previous game as far as norms. What I mean? It's the mind elements that's in the game replaced to the world and the abilities. But it's at the end of the day, it's a platformer game, and it's very story heavy.
Right.
And so I don't know. I think if you like action platformers, then you will definitely enjoy this game. If you like the first game, you will definitely enjoy this game. And so I'm glad that with it being on Game Pass, it's going to be able to reach more people, because I do feel like the previous game is a gem. Like, I do believe it's one of those diamonds in the rough that people didn't get a chance to experience. And so I believe that once people play the second game, it's going to open them up to the first game, even. Because the first game was the way the game was constructed, the story it told in the first game was very well done for its time. It was just overshadowed by a bunch of other games with bigger budgets, etc. So,
wow, yeah, no, I totally agree with that. No doubt about it. Hey, man, thank you. Thank you for the info. I see it right now, what you gave to me in the chat. About Blizzard. That's really interesting. This is going to be another thing, because I mean, that's going to be our next topic anyway. So, I'm going to let Sick sit there and finish the point. But this is very interesting, and I think everybody on this panel is gonna get a chuckle out of this. Me personally, I'm reading this and I'm just kind of like, what in the world? But anyway, all right. So, Slayer, your perspective, your point of view on the whole situation with Psychonauts, man, because I know you've been seeing it.
Well, like the sands in the hourglass, so too the days of our lives, or whatever, however it went, but so too it is with these console wars, continues on and on. And shout out to Still Rain and Delilah, who brought up some great points that I wouldn't be able to be expounded upon had I went before them. So thankfully I went last to, bring up 2 points that they did.
Yes, sir.
So first off, with Still Rain, I'd totally forgotten about this. Last week the discussion was really, or was it last week or even the week before? The discussion amongst the gaming community was really about the easy mode, God mode, whatever you want to call it. The immortal mode in that game to make it more accessible. But even that got eaten up by the console warring and all that stuff. So and then when they came out with the performance metrics and the resolution, differences depending on platform, there's all this debate about blah blah blah. It's all console war crap. That's what that is, right? So then Delilah was bringing up, a key point, because this game, the original, and Delilah, I mean, your knowledge of gaming is on point when you brought this up, because I totally forgot. But, well, not totally, but, you brought an aspect to it that was very different. Because the original came out when there was a litany of these, 3D action platformers. There were a dozen. You remember Ty the Tasmanian Tiger? Sounds generic as hell, but it was actually one of the better games. It's like Cooper, all types of animated animals and whatnot. Like, it was like the platformers, back in the 8 and 16-bit era, But and the gameplay in Psychonauts anything, radically like an evolution or anything. It was just another one in terms of the gameplay mechanics. But it was really about the heart, the story, all those elements of the game that were so different. It was like, what's that director? Tim Burton. It's got a lot of his style. I brought that up before. I have a coworker, like I said, during E3 when he was watching the Xbox showcase or whatever. And she's really into Alice in Wonderland and all the Tim Burton films and all that stuff. She's got glasses and mugs and all types of stuff. She's a big fan. And I mentioned this before. She saw the game. She's like, "Oh, what's this?" And I'm like, this is a new game in the Psychonauts series. The first one, it's on Game Pass. Oh, Game Pass. Oh, my boyfriend has Game Pass. Oh, I could play the original right now. Yeah, and the sequel will be out in like a month or two. Oh, really? And this is in her bag. It's not for me. Because like I said earlier, it was just, another platform in a litany of platformers in that era. There was many, 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 many platformers. But, that's a game that maybe 15 years on, people remember it still. And people were clamoring for a sequel. And they kickstarted a sequel. And it was going to happen anyway, even without Microsoft's involvement. And, that's what needs to be remembered about this game and this new sequel. Not all the console warring and all this ignorance, because that's just that ignorance. It's not a game for me, but I can appreciate what it is, and I'm sure a lot of other people love it. And it's on Game Pass. It's on every platform, right? So have at it.
Yeah, you know what? And that's the thing to me that trips me out more than. I mean, I'm listening to what everybody is saying, and everybody made very good, valid points. That's the thing that bothers me about this whole reason for people criticizing this game, because it's not just an Xbox-only title. It's a multiplat. And I don't get when we was just talking about last gen that Xbox needed games that were different. They need more genres of different type of games. They needed these type of. I mean, when they came out with Lucky Tales, they were getting clowned for that. But Xbox needs that to add to the portfolio, because the Xbox One was pretty stagnant when it came to, a broad vision of. And I enjoyed the Xbox One, but I mean, but we got to call a spade. It wasn't, when you compare it to the 360, it wasn't even the same atmosphere when it came to variety. The Xbox One didn't have that much variety. So when you look at a game like Psychonauts 2, that's variety. That's something that should be praised, and they're not. And it baffles the mind why people get so hampered and get so much in love with their plastic that they got to shit on something because of the fact that it's something wrong with the PlayStation 5 version. It's like Fawn said. It's not what's the name of the studio? What's Double Fine? It's not Double Fine's. It's not Double Fine's problem. It's something that's wrong with Sony. They're the ones that made the indecision of not wanting to do backwards compatibility. They're the ones that gave this notion that the new generation counted first and nothing else, and then they reverted. And that's not nobody else's fault but Sony's. So therefore, the eyes should be looked back at Sony, because this isn't the only game that's had the same problems. I mean, you look at Sniper, that has a problem. You look at Biomutant, that has a problem. There's another game I can't think of right off my bat that has the same type of problem. Now you got this. Anything that's going to be transferred over from the PlayStation 4 to the PlayStation 5 has an issue, and that's more of a hardware problem than anything. So I don't know, man. Just let people enjoy the damn game. It seems like because Xbox owns them now, you shouldn't support it. Just love Ratchet and Clank. Because my last point on this is this. I would ask anybody what was the last Ratchet and Clank game they remembered the most what was the thing they remembered the most from the last Ratchet and Clank game that they played? We're talking about everybody else that's talked about this game, that's played it, still remember how joyful that game was, or how different or special it was. And we're talking about a game that is damn near 20 years old. That should tell you something. So I don't know. Anybody else want to add anything to it, or should we move on? Okay, all right, let's move on. Everybody quiet and man.
Yeah, we're good.
Good shit. Okay, all right. love it. All right, so let's talk about this Blizzard stuff now. Okay, for people that's been living under a rock, that's been paying attention to the gaming news or whatever, or haven't. Well, Blizzard and Blizzard / Activision is getting sued by the state of California, I believe, and it's because of their There's a discrimination lawsuit regarding that there's people out here that, especially mostly women, that are saying that they have been mistreated, they've been sexually harassed. These women's been sexually harassed. They talk about the pay aspect of it, that they didn't get promotions. There was also a woman that killed herself after being harassed on some kind of vacation or something, and pretty much that seemed like all this stuff got swept under the rug. The company that was looking over all of these issues since 2019 didn't go back to Activision or Blizzard. They went to the state government or officials or somebody, but it wasn't them. And so basically the counter from Activision is saying, look, we never got this information about all of these horrible things that was going on. If this company that we hired gave us the information, then we would have made the right moves and steps in order to try to alleviate the problem. Now, I just sit here and got my stuff from I got this little information, this little nugget. I got to go back to it here and read this. And so here we go. It says from Activision Blizzard. It says, grounded in our values of excellence and inclusion, we are proud to support efforts focused on educational access and opportunity. CEO Bobby Kotick, I think that's how you say his name, announced yesterday his
Kotick, I think.
Kotick, okay. Announced yesterday his $1 million donation to support the United Negro College Fund, the Equal Justice Initiative, Management Leadership for Tomorrow, along with a $1 million.
Fortuitous timing.
Hold on. Yeah, I know. And a $1 million personal pledge, and a $1 million pledge from Activision Blizzard to match employee donations, with a goal of raising over $4 million for these organizations. We are honored to join them in providing transformative opportunities to Black Americans and fighting against systemic inequality. All right, so I know I got a lot to say on this, but okay, so got to get to the ladies on this, because I know that y'all are probably clamoring, chopping at the bits for this. So we'll go to you first, D, on this. What is your initial thoughts about this, not only for the information that I just read, but for everything that's gone on regarding with the lawsuit? I don't know if you've read all that information, because it was a lot more grittier stuff. But for these women being harassed, being mistreated like this, and also there's these people of color. They say 20% of the employees were women. And a lot of women quit, things like that. Do you think that there's any possibility that Activision is in the right, and maybe this could be something fraudulent, or do you think that this is something really serious that might be coming down to on Activision and Blizzard? You there, D?
I think.
Oh, okay.
I'm still here. I think it's gonna get swept under the rug. And I'm angry about it. Honestly, when I first heard about it, my initial reaction was I actually was trying to avoid it, because I knew it was gonna be some bullshit. I knew it was. Like, as soon as you have a company that's just like, oh, the treatment of employees is, a certain way, but then it was specifically about mostly women, especially Black women, along with women of color, having issues. I had to stop right there. Unfortunately, being on the timeline was talking about it. More details came out about it. and it was worse than I thought it would be, as far as the suicide and everything. And I just felt really angry and triggered, to be honest. Like, I'm not surprised, unfortunately. So that was one thing that I had to deal with it. But I also wasn't disappointed, because disappointed is like, oh, I expected better. I don't expect better, especially from a company like Activision and Blizzard. Seeing all the things that are going on or were going on, the actions that were taken, especially with the deceased employee, it was just beyond so disgusting that I was just like, you know what, y'all can burn. I really just don't. That's just it. Full stop. Y'all can burn. I don't even know where to go at this point. The fact that an outside agency came in to investigate, saw what they saw for like 2 years, and they were just like, nah, we got to go to the state about that. We got to go to the government. Somebody got to hear about this. That just goes to show how ridiculous it was and what they saw. They could even be, some kind of mandated reporting. I'm not sure how that works, but that's what it sounds like to me, as somebody who's worked in social work. Sometimes there's just shit that you see that you don't go to the boss. It's above that. Like, you can't go back to who hired you, like, oh yeah, this is what I found. So I mean, I'm seeing people talk about it. Some people are like, this is some trash, and taking action with it. AKA their wallets, they're installing their games. People are expressing themselves, and I hope that momentum keeps up. But Bobby Kotick donating $1 million it's just so empty. It's so disingenuous, especially when he makes so much ridiculous money. Not saying that he should put out his own pocket. I'm just saying there's money there, and him to say, oh, let's just do a charity donation. All of it, all the way around, it's just so ridiculously sickening. And I mean, unfortunately, I expect it to be, have them have the best lawyers and try to get this swept under the rug. And they're probably going to drop a trailer for Call of Duty. They're going to announce the name of it. And, it's just going to get swept under the rug, as it always does. But this one really was kind of, to me, it was different than the others that I've seen in recent years. And that is saying something.
Ooh, okay, so I before I go on and move on to Delilah, I do got to ask you this now, as a woman of color and also a woman. Have you experienced these type of things, and how were they handled?
First of all, I will say to you, I'm going to specify even further. As a Black woman, yes, I've experienced these things. I've experienced where, thankfully, I've had sexual harassment, thank God. But I have experienced where I had to perform more and do more where my male counterparts did not. I would be hitting my numbers, and it was still not enough in multiple jobs, in multiple settings. Like, it's not. The sad thing is, because I am a Black woman in the workforce, it's consistent. It's not, oh, I was at this job, so they were a certain way. No, that's something I have to carry with me in all types of employment. Even in jobs that were nonprofit, small, where everybody else looked like me, I still had more of the workload. More is expected of me, while the men were able to slack, and it was fine. I overperformed, and the one time that I performed at level, it was just like, why are you not overperforming? So all of those things are very familiar, and which is why when I was reading it was so triggering, because it's just like, I felt that. And I feel like every person at some point in their lives has been at a job where you just hate going. And people were like, oh, you have a job, be thankful. It's like, okay, yeah, but it's really beating me down every day. Like, driving to work is just so mentally and emotionally exhausting. And, folks just like, oh, just get another job. Like, there's not a job tree. I could just go outside and just pick that bitch off a tree. Like, oh, I got a new job. Like, it takes time. It takes rejections. Like, and I saw like, it was like, oh, they just got a new job. I'm like, it's not that easy. Y'all know damn well it's not that easy. It's never that easy when your job sucks. But you're like, you know what? I'm off this. let me go to my job tree and just pluck another one off the tree. So I definitely felt this as a Black woman in the workforce for how many years. So it's not exclusive to gaming, but gaming is definitely a space we all know as it's male dominated for years.
Mm-hmm.
It's worse, whether it is sports journalism, whether it is gaming. You're swimming against stream. And honestly, to the women that go in those industries, knowing what they're going to be facing, I salute them. Because me personally, that's the first thing. Like, damn, that's kind of a tech. All of those industries that are not as welcoming or as predominantly with women in it, welcoming wise, it's hard. And I feel like every woman that read it has some story of her own, whether it is having to overperform or it's sexual harassment. And it's a very sad reality that I don't really know how to explain except just looking at what's going on right now with this company.
I've got to read something from Master Clowns. He said, my heart goes out to you, Queen. We love you. So yeah, no doubt about it. I just wanted to give up. I wanted to hear it because I don't want you guys to hold back, because there shouldn't be reasons to hold back. Now, if somebody has a different outlook on this, then I don't want them to hold back either, because that's the whole point of having a discussion. But I mean, I really am intrigued to listen to what the rest of you ladies got to say. So let me move on and go to Delilah. What is your whole initial thoughts about this, man? I mean, and go as deep as you want to, because I'm ready to hear it. I'm ready to know what you think and how you're feeling.
For me, it's kind of hard to address this without getting emotional. You know what I mean? Just like you mentioned earlier, they've been investigating this for multiple years. So I hope the ladies that are involved in this lawsuit get justice. And early in my career, I've seen and heard things as well. And even now, like, it's normal for me to be the only one of me in the room. It's like it's tech in general. I mean, we make up such a small percentage of representation within those type of companies. So yeah, every team I've been on since I've been working in tech, since graduating college, whatever, it's always been the only one of me on a team, being the only Black woman on the team. And so I've always had to like wear multiple hats or put in that quote unquote Black tax, if you will. And that's what people like to call it. I don't know how else to frame that or how to be PC about that. But this just extends in areas where women are the minority. But it's more than just gaming. It goes beyond just gaming. So I just hope that, I don't know how to put it, but I just hope that the ladies that's involved in this lawsuit get everything that's just due to them. And it sets a precedent and an example for the gaming industry and the tech industry going forward. And I think, honestly, it's up to the men to call it out and to stop it. Because they hear the jokes and they just laugh it off and shrug it, but it's up to them to just speak up. You can stop it if you hear it. Like, it's just like, I'm so sick of that I don't care mentality when those things happen. Or even if you don't see a lady in the room, they probably feel like it's okay to say. And then, no, I mean, it's not okay to say. So I just think us as gamers, I mean, I think it was Six Layer that said it before the show started, is that we can change it though as far as gaming, because we have a loud enough voice. We're very vocal. A lot of industry people see things that happen on Twitter. Things can go viral and whatnot. So hopefully, with this, hopefully, like I said, it puts something out there too. It just stops it, because it's sickening. And then, like, anybody who has any passion about gaming, especially women, like, it's gonna be scared to go to some of these companies or to even apply to some of these companies, just out of the fear of being harassed. And it's unfortunate. So
no doubt. You know what I'm saying? And thanks you for giving that insight, because I mean, I can imagine how hard that it is when you get into something that you love and you're passionate, and and you can relate with anybody, but it means a little extra something when you see people that are like you, that you can relate to in another way. I definitely understand that.
Yeah, and I think it's more so just as far as being in leadership positions too. It's like you rarely see someone of that ilk and in a leadership position, and that's why I think even with Sarah Bond and where she is as far as Microsoft. I mean, this is incredible, right? And the teams that she runs and where she's at and the representation that she shows, even and the things that she has to do what we see as gamers, like when she does the shows or something with E3, we see only a small percentage of what she actually does. And so it's good to kind of see her. I just wanted to kind of throw that shout out.
Oh no! I got to meet her at E3, and just nice. And it was weird because when we were talking, it was it's just kind of like how we like when we all sit here and we talk and we converse, and it is no different than with the Iron Lords. It's no different than with like when you see your people, and that's not what I'm saying. And I don't want other gamers out there that's not black or people of color to get this the wrong idea, but it is a different feeling when you're around your peers and you see people look like you and y'all can not only talk about the same things, but they invested. It's just a whole different vibe, and it's not. It's just different. And like when me and her was talking, it was just that's what it was like. Wow, hey, I get to talk to a brother. We talking, and it was just cool, and you know what I'm saying, and that. And I know that those type of things mean a lot to not only her to see that there's so many people that are people of color that are invested into Xbox, but also invested in all the people that's invested into what her idea and what her vision is with Game Pass, because Game Pass is killing it right now. So yeah, big shout out to Sarah Bond. So Infamous, it's on you. I know you want to get on this too. So what is your initial thoughts about this whole thing, man?
Okay, I'm gonna be completely 100 with y'all. I'm gotta tell the people like my experience, because I'm the Call of Duty player. I play all the Call of Duties, all the zombie maps, all the multiplayers. You know what I mean? That was the game, the main game, for me. And as a black woman that plays those type of games, we have to endure shit as well. Those ladies endure way much more than I did in those games. Mm-hmm. I read the court transcripts and it literally broke my heart.
Disgusting.
Yo, it's so disgusting, and it really made me like lose a little bit of hope. Like, y'all didn't get it, y'all didn't understand, y'all didn't see the mistakes of other gaming companies that they did in the past, and you couldn't like fix it to get to the point that you got a woman killing herself because her explicit photos was being tossed around. You got black women that don't even want to work there because they got to work twice, maybe 3 times as hard as their counterparts while they over there getting faded, fucked up, and playing video games. And it was a put up or shut up moment for me because everybody knows I play these games. So what's lady gonna do? And I'm gonna tell you right now, I ain't no role model. I ain't the most innocent person out the bunch, but you gotta stand for something. Because if you don't stand for something, you're gonna fall for everything. And I was at that point like, I cannot continue to play these games, knowing in the back of my mind what these women went through. I cannot support a company that I supported for the last 10 years after how they treated those women. So you know what I did? I uninstalled Call of Duties. Not just Cold War, not talking about Warzone, I'm talking about every single one. And Overwatch as well. Because I'm not playing that shit. Don't buy me that game. I don't want to, because if they not gonna do nothing, if they not gonna make a difference, I hope those ladies get justice. I hope they get their coin, and I hope it becomes an example of what other companies should do. But this is an industry-wide problem. So what I need to do, I'm a content creator, and I'm a streamer, and I'm a gamer, and I feel real emotional about this because any women, no one can sit here and tell me that the women content creators or the women streamers don't go through some type of harassment, unwarranted behavior from men. And there's women that speaks on it, and there's women that suck it up, and there's just women that are not strong enough. And I gotta be like, you know what? I gotta show these people like I'm serious about what I meant. And you guys gotta understand as well, like we're consumers just like you. We're content creators just like you. We just love the passion of video games just like men. We just want our respect on it. And what Activision and Blizzard show me is like, you don't give a fuck about me. You don't give a fuck about my money. You don't give a fuck about my time. You don't give a fuck about my loyalty. And you don't give a fuck about how I feel about how you treat the ladies that work for you. So I don't care. I don't care what kind of money they done put up. There's some good tax breaks. That's what I see. Them donations with good tax breaks. If you want me to keep it 100. The only way that I can like feel justified is you gotta do the revamp of the top of the ladder. And if you ain't gonna do that, that's fine too. Cause you know what? I won't be supporting your product. And if you support their products, that's cool. That's your business. That's how you spend your money. But you just gotta understand, Lady Infamous ain't playing those games no more. And and you know what? And you know what the best part about it is though? When I told people, look, I ain't playing Call of Duty no more. I had people come up and be like, damn, that's great. I appreciate what you're doing, standing up to them, because I mean, like I said, if you don't stand up for something, you're going to fall for everything. And trust me, there's going to be some ladies still playing Call of Duty, but then they're going to eventually learn, like, they're going to have their little put up or shut up moment. And then they will end up making a decision. But I'm going to say I'm the most experienced woman Call of Duty player out there. I done played all the campaigns but the last one. And you know what I did? I do my Call of Duty challenge. I play the campaigns. As soon as this news broke, I went on Steam and got my refund off the first Call of Duty. So just if you see some that's messed up, or if you see some dudes like disrespecting a lady, just step up and say, nah, chill, or nah, don't be that way. Because at the end of the day, even though it's a male-dominated world, half of y'all got daughters. And you know you don't want your daughters to be treated like how the women were treated at Activision Blizzard, how women get treated as content creators, and as women that get streamers. That's all I gotta say.
Well said. Sir X-Man in the chat, he says even famous people just want to feel like a normal person. And congratulations. Okay, man, let's get to 200 more, man. No doubt. Thank you so much, Sir X-Man. Lady Foxfire in the chat, she says, well said. Thank you for sharing your opinions, ladies. Yeah, no, I mean, I don't know. It just came at the right time. You know what I'm saying? I mean, listen, there's going to be people that don't like what is said. And then there'll be people like, I mean, I just seen that somebody in the chat, and I'm not saying that he didn't like what I said, but he was like, oh man, he's like, but Attic and Sav aren't black. And listen, I talk to Attic, not all the time, but I talk to Attic quite a bit. And Attic has even pointed these things out about the difference and how people of color in the gaming space is, we just had that conversation last week. So it's not like, you know what I'm saying? So like, it's not a thing like, because I love my white brothers and sisters. I mean, there's no doubt about that. I love everybody. But it is a different feeling when you've been playing video games and supporting this brand for as long as I've been playing games, since I was 3 years old. And that's 1978. And we're talking about like, you know what I'm saying? We're in 2021, and we're just now starting to get some representation. And I don't know. That's just, to me, that blows my mind. And then on top of the situation that's going on here with these women, and that doesn't matter what color they are. Like, I mean, I think everybody have seen something from it, or have experienced it in one way, shape, or form by seeing somebody do that to women. And I am one of those people that'll stand up. It's because I have a daughter, and I'd be damned if I have somebody say, act that way towards my daughter or my mother or my wife. So why would any other male would let another male do that to another woman, even if they don't like them or not, if they don't know them or not? So Fonzarelli, your thoughts about this whole situation, man? Are you on the same side of this, or you think Activision's in trouble, or you think they're just going to just kind of skate away?
Sadly, they're in trouble for sure. And I think a lot of the gamers are rallying around the side of course, the victims. And the only thing I will say about this whole situation is that, you know, they might get, you know, have to shell out a lot of money to these folks that are suing and stuff.
Right.
That's not enough, in my opinion, because what they've pretty much done there at that company, I'm just going to say, they kind of not pushed, but I'll say they promoted this type of behavior and stuff. And the reason why I say that is because they're not doing anything about it. They didn't do anything about it. And you're not going to tell me that they got away with all this stuff and upper management didn't know about it. I'm sure they knew about it. So if they're not doing anything about it as a company, then you're promoting it. And that's just despicable. So I feel like, you know, I just think that at the end of the day, I hope that those young ladies just, I mean, I hope that they can take whatever they can take from them, financially.
Let them get them coins.
Because honestly, the financial part of it, it may be a gain to them, but what they've lost, both in, you know, just being there and around that kind of stuff is just, it's disgusting. As somebody that has 3 daughters of my own, I'd want to kill somebody for some of this stuff. And I hate to say it like that, but it's the truth, you know? It's just disgusting, man. I really hope that they do get justice for this for sure. And people that are just laughing it off as gamers, just like, oh, it's nothing, I'm going to go back to my Call of Duty or whatever. You really got to think about this for a moment. Because these people, I don't give a shit what they do in life. This isn't even about gaming. Okay. This is about, this goes on in every industry.
Right.
And you gotta understand, this could be your mom. This could be your sister. This could be your daughter, you know. It's just disgusting, man. There's no place for this in any business. And I'm glad that it's out there at least now and people are seeing this, but I hope people take it very, very seriously.
No, I totally agree. I totally agree with you. Okay, so what's going on with you, PK? What's your thoughts about this, brother? You guys gotta give him a second.
Ooh.
Hey,
There we go. Hey.
So, the thing is, this is kind of common, right? You know, what I do for a living. My boss is I work directly under the CISO, and she happens to be a woman, and it's very difficult for her to reach that plateau because she's the boss. And a lot of people, I would say, there's people that don't like taking orders from a woman. They don't like following. They don't view them, respect them, or see them or value them as equals or even above. And me, I love her to death. Not because she's a woman, just because she's an intelligent person that's empathetic. And I just look at her as a coworker, even though she's my boss. It has nothing to do with her sex or her ethnicity or whatever culture she come from, because she is multiracial. However, has nothing to do with that. It's her personality. It's everything that she does. She's very education, very smart, very savvy. She knows how to finesse and talk around people, but she has struggles. And not to put everything out there, but this is typical. I am one of the chairs on my D&I committee. Does Activision have a D&I committee? No, they don't. Matter of fact, how many black and brown people hold executive positions there? Matter of fact, how many women? hold executive positions in. And I'm not talking about being a supervisor over the call center or something low level. I'm talking about the ones that's getting the millions of dollars at the end of the year because let's be honest, donating to the Negro College Fund and all that. Come on, that's smoke.
Come on,
That's
man.
smoke
That's a
and mirrors.
lot of smoke, boy.
That's smoke and mirrors.
That just
That's
proves to me
nothing.
guilt, and from my perspective, like, oh,
That's
okay.
nothing.
And that also, hold on. Let me ask you guys this question too, and I'll let you finish, PK. So obviously, this must seems like these are women of color that mostly have been harassed. Because I mean, why would you? I mean, if this was just white women, they wouldn't be giving anything out to a Negro College Fund or anything like that. Do you think? I mean, so obviously these must be women of color, don't you think?
Well, let me just finish this because, like I said, do they have a D&I committee?
No, I do not.
My point
I couldn't
is,
say I would say no, but I don't
there's
know.
not enough money in the world that can take away someone's pain of trauma, which you put them
Facts.
through. And unless you're intentional about changing your culture, it's going to be the same. You cannot donate money to cover up, pacify, or make this go away. What's going to happen is change has got to happen. You're going to have to reorganize. You're going to have to identify the problem and do something about it. And it's the thing is, it is common in corporate. Be honest with you, it is. And the only way the culture will change is when some incident happens. It's no different than anything. People are reactive. They would rather accept the risk as acceptable risk, pay the fine, and move on. Think about it. Even though this is not exactly, I'm trying to give you guys a scenario. GM had a car, I can't remember, it was a Chevy Nova or whatever, but it had an issue with a gas leak, right? If they didn't fix it, the car would explode. Okay, the fine, if they don't fix it, with $500,000, they just accept the risk and get fined and pay the $500,000. People did die and it did explode. How can you pay $500,000 and that's acceptable on people's lives? My point is, this is a practice that's been going on a long time, and stuff has to happen. They have to get outed. They have to lose money.
Yeah.
That's the only time that they pay attention is when their pockets get hit.
You know what? It's not only the money, because I was kind of saying the same similar thing. Whereas, the amount of money that they get, no amount of money is going to take away the pain that they felt, right? So I think that, they need to get rid of a lot of people. And I'm not just talking about the people on the lower level. I'm talking about up there, higher management. I'm talking executives. Gone. They need to go.
I agree. However, it's not just getting rid of that if the culture is the same. It has to be oversight. It has to have a culture shift, right? It has to have something that stands in the way, because people are going to do what they can get away with, and as long as they can. And they don't care about the other person. They will step on you as long as they can to get over, and that's just the facts. So it's a good thing this is happening, but just like we all are sitting waiting for justice for injustices that's happening or been happening the past year, this is another segment, right? We want to see justice happen to injustices, but money is not enough. Change has to happen. And we got to talk about it. We got to blow the horns, and we got to throw them in the dirt. I know there's a lot of trolls that want to talk about console war stuff, but and throw up Patreons for games and stuff. Why don't you throw a Patreon for this?
Facts.
Why don't you somehow raise money to help the people who's been affected by this? And what I'm saying is, if we could come together and focus our energy on stuff like this, then stuff will start to change, because it's too much of a risk to accept for our brand, which is more important than the money they throwing out, to get buried. Think about it. If you're a cybersecurity company and your job was to protect me from ransomware and you get hit by ransomware, everybody knows that.
Yeah,
Is anybody going to trust you? Is anybody going to hire you to do what you claim you can do? Probably not. So that's the point. And that's what I'm getting at there. So on LinkedIn, on Glassdoor, I don't care where it is, this needs to be talked about, need to be said. They need to answer. Documentation needs to be provided, and they need to push this effort forward. If they don't have a D&I committee, I don't care what they do in public. They need to show a structural change.
Right. And another thing too,
in the open.
It's just like with, and I ain't going to get too much in the weeds because I know we this is a game in thing. I'm not going to get into politics like that, but I will say this as well. It's just like how I look at it with like, the justice system, or I should say with policing. If you blackball these people that have been known to do these things on more than one occasion, especially, or if they've done it in a horrendous way, then if they're blackballed throughout the industry, and then they're kind of shown out there, and then the gaming media will expose them and say, oh, look, this person right here. It's just like with the guy from Ubisoft who cheated on his wife. They gave more coverage to that than the person that was doing the stuff to the woman that killed herself.
Tell you something, and
that blows my mind. So, but
I'm not even tooting the horn for Microsoft.
Then that would alleviate, because, like you said, one thing that I will disagree with you, that if you hit people in their pockets, it makes people pay attention, and that's exactly what I mean. Okay. Well, that's why I'm saying that with Activision, that's the only reason why they're even making a move right now, because their brand matters more, and they want to try to hold an image, and that's why they say, oh, we'll just throw this money out so we can have these people, these women, and these people of color just shut the hell up, so we can show that we mean this is goodwill. That's all that is. What that was with that statement. The thing to me is this: if you start blackballing these people and you start cutting the heads off of the snakes that are allowing this type of rhetoric to happen, then we could definitely have change. But if they just do like they do with policing, just, okay, that person did something foul, well, they could go to another precinct in another state. That ain't going to change anything. That's just going to keep the same culture, and that's the same thing that's going to be happening in gaming unless they start doing that.
What I'm saying is, I'm not trying to toot the horn, but Microsoft is intentional with their D&I program. Not only is it public, not only is it on their website, they're enforcing and practicing it. They talk about the problems of not having enough minority inclusions in the top level, not just bottom. We're talking about trying to advance everyone, because the fact that we're different, that's what makes us strong. The fact that we come from different perspectives is what gets us the innovation. We can't do that if we're all doing the same thing and following the status quo. And my thing is, yes, Black and brown people have it hard, but more importantly, women do have it hard. They have it just worse because, again, they are not viewed as equal as their counterparts.
Yeah, for some people, yeah, and that's sad.
And all I'm saying is, what I'm saying is, I'm not saying that Microsoft does everything right. I'm not saying that somebody else does everything right. However, if they're putting in the effort to make structural changes, that is more than paying the Negro College Fund $1 million, because you are saving people trauma. Dude, mental disorder is a real thing. And when you screw with somebody's life, you have no idea what that kind of outcome is, what that's going to trigger.
That's right. No, you're absolutely right. All right, so let me go to I'm gonna let Still Rain go last. I'm gonna go to you, Slayer. Get your perspective on this, man. What is your thoughts?
Earlier today, and even in the green room, I was speaking to Lady Infamous. I was like, I have a different point of view on it, because I was going to mention that, the same sort of thing was happening with Insomniac just last year. Okay. And then, Lady Infamous, she mentioned Riot Games, who you came and informed me I didn't know that are also being sued by the state of California over this same sort of thing, right? Ubisoft was another one that Lady Infamous mentioned. I mean, this is an industry-wide thing, but I think Delilah HD actually was the one who hit the nail on the head with this one early on when she said, it's particularly in environments where women are the minority. You understand? And this is where a D&I committee is so important, where you don't have people of color and women and things be the minority. You know, they have equal say, equal representation. You know, they're a part of the leadership, not just of like, you know, the base elements of a company. You know, it's very important. I had a lot of angry things to say about Activision in general, and I feel like we as gamers need to be held to a better standard too, because we just ignore this stuff.
Right.
And when you asked earlier that Activision, you know, will Activision, you know, eventually just sweep this under the rug? I feel like there's a lot of people, and please don't misconstrue what I'm about to say, but I feel there's a lot of people who have a bone to pick with Activision or Call of Duty in particular. Like they don't like that game, or maybe they don't like its success or whatever. And so they're just, you know, hyping and they're just jumping up on this hype train, and they really don't care about any of this. They don't care about women issues or black women's issues or minorities in general. They really don't care. They're just hopping on this train, this bandwagon, because it's against, you know, something they already dislike. And I feel that's another thing. But that's a minority, I feel, but they're definitely out there. But I got some smoke for Bobby Kotick right now. Listen, dude, you get paid nearly just under $65 million. You are worth $8 billion. That's 9 zeros before the 8. That's 9 zeros after the 8, okay? You're on the board of Coca-Cola, okay? And a measly $1 million for a fake, I don't know what you thought this was going to be, hush money? And the Negro College Fund, shame on you if you accept this money. Shame on you if you accept this money, okay? That's another thing I want to say. But this dude here, man, we've heard about the slimy things he's been up to for a long time, okay? Activision was one of those companies when we were debating, you know, the whole price increase in games. We all knew when I brought it up that Activision is definitely going to be one of those who's jumping on that horse from giddy up. We know their business practices. There's a lot of reasons to hate Activision and Bobby Kotick and the people at the top. And Fonzarelli was right when he said earlier that leadership has to know what's going on. Right. You can't brush this under the rug. But so many examples, so many stories I've heard, right? HR is part and parcel of the story. Like they literally ignored it on purpose. Like that's usually a part of the story, or they covered it up or whatever. HR was part and parcel of this whole situation happening, whatever the situation may be. More times than not, I've noticed. It's a common thing. And once again, it's not just in video games. It's a culture thing. I think Rain G4 was saying earlier in the chat, it's the college frat boy mentality in the professional world. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I could say so many more. I'm so pissed off. I'm really trying not to curse or nothing. And you know me, I'm quick to just,
listen,
brutally blunt. Brutally blunt.
Yeah.
You know me, but I think I've said what I need to say already. Like this dude, Bobby Kotick, is another one that needs to go. You are slime, dude. Listen, I stepped on dog crap today. I literally did. And he's worth less than that. And they say he's worth $8 billion? Doing what? You're known for a company that like runs their people in the ground. Look at what they did with the developers of Modern Warfare, the original, right?
Remedy, yeah.
Not Remedy.
Not Remedy.
Respawn. What became Respawn? It was Infinity Ward, right? That whole situation. Mm-hmm. And there's a bit of the people at Infinity Ward had some element to blame. It wasn't exactly all on Activision, but it was more like 80-20, right? But How do you take a franchise like this that's making you all this money and you mistreat the people who's making it for you? What are you, stupid? How is that good business for you at all? I don't even understand. But really, man, I can just rant on about this, really pissing me off. And there's a person talking in the background, so I should probably stop for now.
Yeah. All right. Still Rain, go ahead and close us out on this topic, man.
I mean, y'all pretty much hit it out the park, man, in every which way from Sunday, man. But I mean, it just goes to right back to what we keep getting, not only in our personal lives, but also just carries over into the gaming space and all the and every other space, where the constant discrimination and the lack of wanting to understand or needing to understand or trying to work through it, quote unquote, if you want to call it that, just for the money, is becoming just more and more blatant to the people, man. I mean, and honestly, I people that sit on the panel, it's come to one of those points to where, as someone who is informed, it's up to us to kind of put it out. I mean, and that's why we're talking about it. I'm everybody in the chat and everything has been extremely supportive of the conversation. And that's what makes this so great, right? The fact that we're giving this a platform, letting people know, and talking about it, because it's up to us at the end of the day to really put that out there, put our foot down, like Lady was saying, and not invest in the Call of Duty no more. I mean, me personally, I stopped investing in the Activision a couple years ago. Mainly because I'm just not into Call of Duty the way I used to be anymore. I mean, Warzone kind of reinvigorated it a little bit for me, but I just don't feel about it the same way. I mean, the way that they constantly take advantage of their consumer base, constantly putting out the same old. It's the same thing that 2K or any other these devs that put out games year after year do, and just to see them see these sexual harassment clauses come up, the constant discrimination against whether it's women of color, just women overall, it's become a wildfire, right? And it seems like it's like a fire that just never goes out because the right people aren't willing to speak up and stand in front of it to make it a bigger issue than what it needs to be. And yeah, I mean, and 100%, it's up to us to come to the forefront and say, hey, I'm not going to invest in it anymore, because like we've all said, they don't care until it starts messing with their pockets. Hopefully, RIP to those who are affected, the lady that lost her life and everything. And it's unfortunate that these things go on in these businesses. And this isn't like the first business that it's happening to or whatever the case. These are things that happen like over the years in many businesses. And it's sad to me that it still gets swept under the rug, that doesn't get any attention pulled to it, or there's people in positions of power who can't put any credence to it or feel like it's some importance in not only protecting their employees, but also protecting their better interests, not only as a company, but just for their people too, right? Because as someone who works for the company, you want to make sure that you want to feel like you're cared for. You want to make sure you want to feel like if you're having a problem, if there's a coworker getting a little too out of hand, or you might feel uncomfortable. You want to be able to have those conversations and talk to people and and establish change or see change. And it's just crazy to me that this is constantly going, and it's still a thing. It's one of those things to where the best thing we can do is to continuously have conversations over it. It's extremely frustrating and it's extremely unfortunate. But as a Black man myself, I'm 100% behind the movement, man. We need to protect our Black queens, or really, we just need to protect our queens overall. Just for women overall, just because they do get the short end of the stick half the time. Again, I mean, I just came from working in a warehouse, whatever the case, and we literally, for better or for worse, depending on how you want to look at it, they say that they're open to all women working there, or whatever else the case might be, but they bring women in and they'll cut them within the first week, just because they may not be able to lift boxes the same as some of the men may, or may not be as fast, or whatever else the case might be. And it's sickening. I've come to the reality that we as humans are just going to be sickening in that way. We're going to be toxic. We're going to do whatever we feel like we can get away with, especially on one end of the spectrum. It seems to really, stand out for sure. But other than that, man, I enjoy what we're doing with it now. Bringing it to the forefront, talking about it, having these conversations where we're able to have also. That's what makes this conversation so great and this night so great. Is that we have three different ladies, to really put out their perspective and really talk about it and say, hey, this is a problem. It's continuously being a problem. We're gonna start putting our foot down because we have to. You guys aren't, so we have to, and it has to start somewhere. Again, just like Lady says, if you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything. And again, that's just the motto of this entire situation. And hey, man, let's just keep our ears to the ground. Hopefully, Activision starts seeing what that their wrongs are. Activision Blizzard might start seeing what their wrongs are. But as an $8 billion company, when you're bringing in $8 billion in revenue, it's. I'm not going to say that it's going to get swept under the rug, because it's definitely going to get definitely in this day and age, mainly because a lot of people are sensitive. It's just not even about the sensitivity more so, but people are paying attention, and you don't want those kinds of eyes looking at you as you're trying to put out content, as you're trying to continuously do work within the industry or whatever the case might be, because people are going to start side-eyeing you. And again, it just kind of holds credence to all the stuff we're hearing in the background with all the issues that are going on internally, and games may not be coming out when we think they may be coming out, and just bigger issues just going on within the employees and the people who dedicate their time to work within the industry, man. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And that's absolutely true. I'm going to make one last point, but I know, Delilah, you said that you was going to have to get out of here pretty soon. So I'm going to let you go ahead and do your outro, and then we just got a couple of more topics, and then we'll get out of here ourselves. But let everybody know where they can find you at, Delilah, because I know you said you had some things you had to take care of. So let everybody know.
Yeah, you all know you can catch me. First of all, let me just say thanks for having me on. I do appreciate it, and
no doubt.
Lovely panel. I loved all the discussions. Wish I could engage more, but I definitely have to leave. But thanks to the chat, everyone who showed up. Appreciate you all. You can find me on Twitter, Delilah_HD. You can also catch me every Saturday on GWG for Gaming, noon Eastern, not Pacific. So yeah, and I'll catch up with you all later.
Right, man. Thank you so much. It was an honor to have you back on and to be a part of the 200th episode, man. It meant a lot to me. It really did. So thank you. But have a good night.
Great to have you on, man.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, I wish I could stay.
Oh yeah, yeah. But I wanted to make sure, because I know I kind of had like the topics a little different, but I knew that this was going to be a longer topic, and I wanted to get this out.
Because, this is one I definitely want to listen in on, and that's why I stayed an extra little bit, because you already know.
Oh yeah. Oh no doubt. I know the struggle.
Guys,
all right,
I got to drop too. I was just gonna let you guys know. Definitely come back. See me on GRG. Check out the Living Split Screen, 4GQ TV. Everywhere you can find me, just hit me up on Twitter, PKX Live, and I'll get at you guys next week.
All right, man. Thank you so much, guys.
It's good to see you, man.
Peace, homie. I'll see you tomorrow.
All right.
Good night.
All right. Let me read these super chats, and let's get on to the. I do have something else I do want to say though, and then we'll get on to the next topic. But Rangy 4 said. Oh, okay. You wanted to make a point too. All right, cool. Hold on, let me read this first. Activision. Rangy 4 says Activision. Their vision is an act. That donation was BS. It's like someone saying they're not racist, then point out how many black friends they have. Bro,
yeah. I hate when people do that.
I hate that too. Yeah, I hate that. Sir X-Man, he says, my soul sisters take enough abuse out there in the world. There's these companies need some serious intervention on how they handle people. That is the truth. No doubt. No, I mean, that is it. But I'll go ahead before I make my point. Go ahead and say what you was going to say, D.
I was gonna just make a small point as far as the money is concerned. I know, we as Americans, we hear a lawsuit. It's just like they better get their money, And I do hope they get money, but I really want everybody who was affected by this to get what they want. And what I mean by that is I think PK was talking about the implications of, the mental implication of it. If that includes like lifetime therapy, or if the family of the deceased wants whatever that's not monetary support, whatever it is, I hope they get that too. Like whatever it is that they are looking for, I hope they get it, because let's be clear, Call of Duty by itself made $1 billion in 2020.
Yeah.
The money is there. They can write a blank check. But again, it's not just about the money, and I hope they get everything. And my last small point was, we were talking about how, losing hope and gamers and coming together. PK made a great point about making a Patreon. My thing is this: if any time in the gaming community, if you're like, dang, it's hopeless, we can't, what can we do besides not paying and all that kind of stuff? Never forget, ever, that when Battlefront 2 came out, everyone and their mother rallied together before the damn game came out.
Oh yeah,
and changes were made.
Oh yeah.
I'm not saying
because that was hitting their wallet. Yeah,
it was hitting their wallets, and I'm not saying that wasn't a good point, because it was foolishness. But what I'm saying is look at the action. Let's be clear, it's just a game. Yes, it was trash. They're trying to do the loot box and all that. That's trash, but that's not affecting people's lives. This is something that is affecting people's lives across the board. If y'all can rally around some loot boxes and get change, y'all can rally around this. That's all I'm gonna say.
No doubt.
That's
no doubt.
Yeah, absolutely. I just wanted to jump in on that real quick. Many times, I mention, the gaming community, we could be doing a lot better. Shame on the gaming community, and for exactly what Dee's talking about, like for real. We as a community have power. This is one of the few forms of leisure, if it be music or movies or whatever, where the content creators actually listen to the people who consume their content. When we stand together, they never refuse us. If you want an example of that, you look at the whole Xbox Live situation some time ago, okay? When we stand united on a subject, they back down, and pretty quickly too. Okay, and there's a lot of situations where the consensus should be there automatically, because usually it's a matter of logic and not of opinion. And I really think the gaming community needs to stand together more often on the issues that affect us as gamers, because we've never failed in that, not once. So we need to weaponize that to our own benefit. Okay? And I'm just gonna leave that at that.
Yeah. After hearing all this and then what Infamous was over here saying, so I just went ahead and I turned on the Xbox and I just uninstalled Call of Duty.
And I appreciate that, because as far as like men, the Call of Duty is like one of the most popular games out here in these streets.
Yeah.
And I know men, there are gonna be some men that's not even gonna think one lick of the situation.
No,
it's true.
And there's few that's taking a stand as well, like uninstalling the game and not fucking with Activision and Blizzard, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, and it also helped out with my external hard drive, because that.
Oh
shit
my
was,
God,
because with the latest Call of Duty and Infinite Warfare, Modern Warfare, and then Cold War with Warzone was like 670 some gigs on my. And
you got room for Battlefield.
You're right. I got room for Battlefield, and I'm a Battlefield dude more anyway. And so, but no,
I got room for Flight Simulator, and then some.
And so now, I got 300, because I already took out Modern Warfare, because I was like, this is too much. But now I got 300 and some gigs open. But The one point I was just going to say was this: is that what's really unfortunate is that, look, if I was on here and if we were talking about some other podcasts or how much we hate PlayStation or anything like that, people would be, oh yeah, and then it would be blown up.
Yeah, but catch smoke because it's clout, right?
But yeah, because it's clout. But because we're talking about something serious, people tend to not want to hear that because there's this notion that anything that you try to talk about that has something to do with common sense and about being kind to your neighbor, it's considered woke now, or it's considered, you're going against, you're going to get something out there that's against, somebody's manhood or some kind of crazy shit out there when it's all about just being kind to your fellow man and woman. I really do hope that people really pay attention to some of the things that we see that's going on, not only in this country, but in the world, and I was telling this to my son before the show, and like how things are so much different than what it was when I was a kid. I mean, and listen, things was not good because, I mean, there was a lot of problems then too, but this whole thing where everybody is all about the individual instead of about their fellow man and woman is more evident than ever. I mean, all you got to do is just look in your neighborhood and just see, do you talk to your neighbors? Do you socialize? Do y'all have like barbecues or domino? Yeah. I can remember me growing up until like the I say late 80s, maybe about 88, 89. Everybody in the neighborhood would get together and they would have a barbecue, or we would sit there and play. They would play dominoes. All the kids would get to know each other. Everybody in that block knew each other. And then if somebody got in trouble, then that person would get in trouble, and then they would just get their ass sent home. I wish somebody would now go up there and say, man, your kid just sit here and just acted a fool, and I'm bringing them home to you. This person might try to whoop your ass because that person is over here. You're violating my freedom. You're telling me my kids is doing my kid. It is crazy how society is now. And the unfortunate thing about this is that when we look and see with Activision and what they're doing, there's still going to be a lot of people who's going to say, "Oh, that's fucked up," but but right after they listen to this or whatever, they're going to boot up Call of Duty and start playing it because they don't care that much, and and they're not going to change unless you hit that wallet. So that's just the bottom line. Money talks, bullshit walks. But all right, let's get on to the next topic. Emmanuel, I got to read this. Emmanuel, he says, y'all podcasting tonight. He said, he says, let's go GRG. Great to hear all the candid opinions. He says, and cannabis is essential for mental health. And my son, definitely agree with you on that.
Yes, Lady Infamous proved that message.
Oh my God, I'm learning. My son told me he got him one of them marijuana cards. I said, what the hell? And I got to remember, he's 27. He's not 18. I snatched it out. I said, what the hell are you doing with this thing? He says, what are you talking about? Like, oh, that's right. You're a grown ass man. Here, take this stupid shit. Anyway. All right. So anyway, let's get to it. All right. Let's talk about EA Play. And this, just jump in and just talk about what you want to. It is not about everything that was in the show. What was the thing that captivated you that got you hype for the show itself? For me, I'm not going to say it until probably at the end, but I guess I'll start it off and then everybody can just jump in if they want to. I'm going to start off with you still, Rain. What was the most captivating thing that you've seen from the EA Play, I guess you would say event, that they showed yesterday?
The most captivating thing for me was seeing that Dead Space is getting a
of course, Dead Space
brand new game, man. Look, man, it's one of those games. I played Dead Space for the first time, I want to say about 3 months ago, within the last 90 days. Again, it's one of those ones that I just let slide by just because I'm a multiplayer-centric gamer, man. That's what I've been caught up to. So now it's like I'm going through the backlog, checking out these single-player games. I'm not really a scary game kind of guy either. I'll mess around and break a TV or something. I'm just not about that life. I'll punch something I'm not supposed to be punching. Something jump at me just right. Almost did it in Dead Space. But the fact that they're really, because they're not remastering it. I can't think of the other term of it right now. Mine's going blank.
Remake.
Thank you. God. Yes, they're remaking it, which is going to be unique to me, I guess, especially since I've played it recently. The first one, I still feel like it holds up today on PC, playing at 4K, 60, whatever the case. For it to be a game that came out in 2006, it has aged very well. Again, it brings something that a lot of games don't, and that's giving you the anxiety of cutting off the limbs, because that's the only way to kill the enemies. I thought that was very unique. That kept me enticed in the game. I thought the concept of it was very interesting. Not only that, but the ominous music, just in the overall space. Yeah, in the atmosphere, man. You get so entrenched in it, man. You end up getting super paranoid, but for some reason you want to come back. Other than that, Battlefield, of course, they're just hitting every note on the head for me. Again, I've been playing Battlefield since Battlefield 2, man, and it's one of those things to where as a multiplayer game, Battlefield seems like they're taking that ladder and moving it further and further up. A lot of people are saying, "Oh, what am I getting for $70?" And them doing this. What was it called again? The whole Battlefield Portal. There you go. Battlefield Portal. It's like a Forge-like mode that they're adding to it. Apparently, you can't really edit the map or whatever, but you can like mix up the battles. During the show they showed you could do 100 bots versus a tank. You know what I mean? You can do any generation of soldier versus any generation of soldier. I thought that concept was dope. I'm not looking forward to the older guns. I hope that's maybe not in the game. I'm not.
No,
with
they're
that,
in the
man.
game.
Give me the combat.
It's there, but it's your choice.
Yeah,
right.
facts. That's what makes it unique. Yeah, facts, and that's what makes it unique, right? Because it just seems like they're going in all their big bag of tricks and saying, "Hey, this is Battlefield in our new engine in this vast space, and we want you to take advantage of it and really, hit the nail in the head of this can only be done in Battlefield because there's a reason that tagline is there." Again, I'm excited for it. They keep hyping me more and more for it. Again, I mean, they got my money. Fortunately, unfortunately, I guess depending on your angle on that. It's a game that I'm easily going to get 1,000 hours out of. But it's always also going to be sharing space with Halo. You know what I mean? So it's going to be on that fine line. But out of the two, man, I would definitely say it was going to be Battlefield and the announcement of Dead Space remake.
Next, I'm just gonna let y'all decide which one y'all want to talk next.
I'm gonna just piggyback off him because that's all I want. You know what I mean? Because I'm not the most versed Battlefield player, but I'm
you about to get that smoke. You gonna get in there and get
you ready?
That.
You might well you need to go to Lady Infamous channel and look up GWG game. There's some Battlefield gameplay. There's some Battlefield gameplay now.
Now, if you're a shooter, you can do it.
I'm a shooter. I ain't got no.
It's
not a problem. It's not a problem.
Exactly.
It ain't like God. Trust that. You coming in there being cute.
I can. I'm not. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. We gonna see you in the field. We gonna see you.
Okay.
Dead Space. Dead Space is one of the most scariest games I ever played. Period. The first one. You had the sense of really being helpless. In that game.
Yeah.
Don't run out of ammo.
I think I played hardcore mode. I played all the Dead Space.
To me, it's what Alien Isolation should have been.
Yes, I agree. I agree.
I like that.
I agree. That's what they wanted to be, But I think with Alien Isolation, it was just too much. It was just too much dialogue and too much fetch questions.
BS. Yep.
So, but with Isaac Clarke, you know what I'm saying? He was an engineer and he had to engineer his shit up out of that ship because it is scary, the sounds, everything. And that just started the wave of the Dead Space series. I hope that if you haven't played it, please go play it because I believe that if this truly is successful, they'll probably find a way to make another installment. I strongly believe that. all they need is a good story, and they left us with a cliffhanger at the end. Of Dead Space main storyline. Let me just be.
Oh, you mentioned something really good there with the main story, though.
Yeah.
So, okay, I'm excited that they're remaking the game. However, there's a caveat there. One, I hate the Frostbite engine. Just not a big fan of it. It's,
you don't like the Frostbite
engine? It's good in some games, and in other games totally ruins it. Depends on how they deal with it. Anyway.
Okay.
But that's not really the biggest issue. The biggest issue for me is when they said that they will improve the story. And I'm like, what are you going to touch there? Because I'm kind of nervous.
The story's
it's
perfect
good enough
to me.
Yeah, leave it alone. So don't mess with, what could be perfection in a lot of people's eyes. It's like, what are they going to do there for that? That's got me questioning some things. And then that's the biggest thing I worry about. And then, of course, the price for me, honestly, this is probably going to be a $70 remake.
Nah, you know what? I'm going to be honest with you. If this $70, they can keep it because I played it already.
Yeah, that's the thing, though. They're
I just don't think $70.
Do it, EA, because that's the only way you're going to get money from a lot of people, it seems, I think, already.
yeah, in Game Pass. You'll get a discount there, so it'll be better. But
you'll probably
I mean, you're looking at
$62. No,
$70 is going to be a lot of money to
if it's $70. If it's $70, if it's that price. Yeah, well, no, what I'm trying to say to you is, though, if you got Game Pass, it's going to be $63, $62 because, of course,
ain't Dead Space, ain't OG Dead Space backwards compatible?
Yes.
Damn, there it is.
Unfortunately for me, my cutoff is $60 for any game. I don't pay more
you still on that? Oh my
God!
All these years.
Will not pay $70. Will not pay a penny more. It's just, dude. For me, I'm just sticking to it. I don't like the fact that these companies are pushing for extra money when they don't need it. That's why all hail to Game Pass, in my opinion. It's amazing. I hope that one day PlayStation just does the same thing with PS Now, day and date.
I don't see why not.
I don't see why.
I jump right in.
I think
they can't afford to right now. They can't afford to.
No, not now. Not now.
Of course, we know that.
But yeah, and the Battlefield thing. Battlefield 2042 looks so much better to me right now, especially when they're giving me Bad Company maps. They're giving me all kinds of old nostalgic maps now. It's like, at first we were thinking this was a 7-map game. And then they come out with this, with Portal, and I'm like, oh man, just imagine. They were saying that you can go in there with like 6, modern day warriors against like 30 WW2 soldiers. That's crazy to me. That is the cool factor in that Portal to me. You're at a disadvantage weapon wise, but we got 30 dudes. You only got 6. That's amazing. That kind of stuff is really cool. Like,
no, I know.
It's exciting.
I'm with you on that. Anybody else? Slayer, you care?
One thing I just want to say one thing about the show, though. I do have to point it out because I think Austin Creed was an amazing host. Honestly, like he kept it fresh.
Yeah, he was cool. Yeah, no doubt about that.
It was all right.
Yeah. I hear some heads. He was like,
he said he was all right. He was much better than what EA's had in the past, bro.
It was better than last year.
Give it up.
Yeah, I thought it was better.
I mean, from that aspect, yeah, for sure. I mean, my thing is, you could still tell that it wasn't. You could tell that it was staged, man. Like I didn't feel the genuine enthusiasm about the games. Yeah, I mean, and that I'm saying that and I'm trying to expect something outside of somebody who's good at acting. He's wrestling. He's already good at acting. You can feel how you want to feel about wrestling.
Hush your mouth. Wrestling is real, man.
Hey, man, you
have that conversation. Come on, man.
PK ain't in here, so you know what I'm saying. So we say.
But for me, it's just like,
and I'm a wrestling fan, so
for me, it just goes right back to representation, man. Like I just want us to have, as gamers, to have genuine representation of people who are excited. I'm not saying that he was bad. I just feel like he was all right. I mean, it's better than Jeff Keighley talking about it. You know what I mean? He's better than somebody who just invested in gaming or is biased. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He brought good energy though. I respected what EA did. It was a decent show.
Yeah.
Decent.
They learned from last year. And listen, all of them are scripted. The one thing about it is that just some people are just good at at giving you a better show than others. I thought EA's was really good. Listen, I don't think anybody does it better than Devolver. Theirs is so over
they're
the top.
interesting.
They're
Yeah.
crazy. They're bananas. They do a whole like episode of a show.
I wouldn't want everybody to be Devolver either. So.
but I mean, but it's very, very entertaining to watch.
Avant-garde, it's a lot of things. It really is.
A lot of things, and then they got an underlying type of narrative behind their what they're doing. It's crazy. But anyway,
go
ahead.
Hey, Mega, if I may, before we move on, because I haven't had my little 2 cents.
We're done. We're done. We're going to move on. So, okay, that's fine. Okay, go ahead.
I didn't see the EA Play Live, so I don't know about the hosting or whatever like that. But I can tell you the 2 things to take away from. Obviously, it was Battlefield and Dead Space. Dead Space, unlike with Splinter Cell, is something that folks have been asking for a long time, and we're getting it. Like this is what I'm talking about with the gaming industry and us as a community. We get what we ask for. Like, I guarantee you, eventually Ubisoft is going to wake up and they're going to have a Splinter Cell. Like, unless they're absolute morons, because if in a couple more years they don't have one, then whoever is in charge has got to go. Maybe they need to be corporately taken over, to facilitate, them finally making the game. But, that's other things. But for Dead Space, but back to Dead Space, I understand where Fonzarelli is coming from, but it's also a beloved game, not to a level of, Final Fantasy VII or anything like that, but still a beloved game. So, like a modern uptick, new engine, new graphics, some tweaks here and there. And listen, you don't want to mess it up, but if you can improve upon the plot with some, maybe there was some plot holes and stuff that you address, but that's a real slippery slope. That's like when you do a retcon. The best retcons feel like that was the fact all along, but you just didn't realize it. It fits in so perfect, like it was made. It was originally written that way, and sometimes that's a little bit of luck is involved to get that to happen. So with Dead Space, we'll just have to see. But high hopes for sure. But Battlefield, like Still Rain, a Battlefield crackhead, I am. So much like Lady Infamous is for Call of Duty, so too it is for me with Battlefield. And mainly in the mainline games, particularly with Battlefield 2 on PC, that was like
I thought you was going to say
the Battlefields you see now.
I thought you was going to say the greatest Battlefield of all time, which is Hardline.
Wow.
Hey man, what? Hey, I bet not. You know. Listen, I got a mute button. I will eject those. I will eject those ass. If anybody say anything negative about Hardline, listen, it's right here.
No.
Hardline is amazing. Graphically, no. But that is one of the funnest shooters ever.
But gameplay wise and the single player plot, it seemed kind of cool. And
the single player was okay, but the multiplayer with all the maps, they had some of the most creative maps.
I'm getting smoke for the game. Either way, I'm just saying.
Okay, it's okay.
Back to subject.
It's one of my favorites. It's one of my favorites. 4 is my favorite.
But is the forebearer for everything that you see in Battlefield today, right? So 3, 4, and now with 2042, right?
Yeah,
we're gonna. Like that game, everything we've seen, we could see it in the gameplay. The fans already know as soon as you watch the trailer, you can see in the elements, the characters walking around, the animations are better. There's so many more characters on a map at one time. Is it 128 now?
Yeah.
And all of that.
Yeah.
Like, bro, if you're a fan of Battlefield, you could see it in the trailer before they even had told us that there's this feature and that feature. You just see it. Like, hey, you're in an elevator, you're, adjusting your attachments and stuff. Guaranteed a lot of these elements, Call of Duty is going to be copying these elements, and it's easy this year in particular, besides, all this drama that's going on with Activision, word has it that this next Call of Duty is a World War II game anyway. So Activision, you weren't getting this money from me one way or another anyway. It seemed there was always a back and forth between Call of Duty and Battlefield, between, like the fans, those two franchises, but usually it's when one is weak, the other is strong. And right now the pendulum seems to be swinging back in the favor of Battlefield. They just, the way those two franchise ebb and flow. I noticed. So I just think this game, real hype for it. That's definitely one of my top 5. You guys were doing that Twitter thing around where you put your top 5 most anticipated games for this year.
Yeah.
Besides, it definitely is Battlefield, and I don't think I'm the only one who thinks that way. So yeah, EA Play, Battlefield, Dead Space. Hey, that's pretty damn good.
All right. Okay. So, listen, Lady Foxfire, I will not tolerate this slander. Listen, she said you need to eject your seat cuz yourself out because of you supporting Hardline. Listen, y'all need to go. Hardline
That
was
multiplayer wasn't bad at the time.
It's still not. I go back and play it, and it's still a blast to play.
I have no smoke in my heart for that game. So hey, I won't say anything negative about it. I just want to say the top tier Battlefield game. That's
okay.
all.
Yeah, okay. Well, this is the thing. It would be definitely a top tier. It would be in my top 2 for sure. Well, top 3 for sure. If all of the DLC maps were available for everybody to play, because they had the best maps that you ever want to play. Those DLC maps were amazing, and I hate that they're not out there. I was willing to buy to rent servers again just to get in there, but they're just dead because the studio that made them, that did it, EA just kind of said forget it. But people still play Hardline. But yeah, no, it's just really fun. But no, it's Bad Company 2, and I would say, okay, Battlefield 3, Battlefield 4, Bad Company 2 are kind of all bunched up to maybe 1A, 1B, 1C. And then I would have to say Hardline. I love Hardline that much, but you guys need to go and try it. Just go try Hardline. Don't worry about the graphics. It looks hideous, but just admire it for its gameplay. It's really fun. Stop it. And then you can dress up. You can be a gangster. You can be a thug. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Or you cop. You can go Mark Furman on somebody.
That's what gets you.
The
fact that you could be a gangster.
That be a gangster or Mark Furman. Yeah, just walk around just beating the hell out of it. Anyway, all right. All right. I want to do just one more because we're gonna have to skip. We're gonna have to skip. We're gonna have to skip the other topic. We'll take it to next week. All right, Slayer, which is the Steam Deck.
Slayer.
Yeah. So we'll do
it is what it is.
Yeah. It's getting late. So let's get to the last one because I really do want to hear everybody's thoughts about this, and that is
Pokemon.
Yeah, Pokemon. I was thinking about Pokemon. I can't wait. My most anticipated game of 2021.
I'm out.
That was, oh, damn. Hey, Fox said I'm out. I cannot. Listen, I don't know if PK meant that as a joke or PK was serious.
Nah, he was hurt. He was hurt. But
PK is a Nintendo. He is a diehard Nintendo guy. So it's pretty crazy. But anyway, the game, gaming is services, really. It's being pushed within the industry. All right, we see it. We've heard about Assassin's Creed. We just seen what Ubisoft was doing with what is it? X Defiant, I think that's what it's called. Yeah, which is a free to play, of course. We was looking at we was looking at EA Play, and there was Apex is huge. Okay, so all these games right now with these services. The question that I'm going to ask, and I'm going to go to Slayer first on this one, is
Slayer.
Slayer. You can't hear my sound effects tonight, can y'all?
No, I can't.
Oh, okay, because I was hitting them a couple of times. Is it going to benefit the gaming industry, or will it eventually hurt it? The more that we keep seeing the industry pushing this narrative. So, Slayer, what do you think?
It's just like DLC and other things. If they exploit it, if they exploit it negatively, that's what's going to happen. So that fate is in the publisher's hands. But we have the power of our wallets to vote. If they profit from this or not. So we can influence their, the lesson they learn from whatever moves they make. And gaming as a service, I think, is much maligned and misconstrued because it's like DRM. You know, I don't think a lot of people understand what it is they're talking
Everything
about.
is in DRM now. Yeah.
Right, because look at Destiny. That's a gaming as a service because you have to play. That's a game you play online. If you're not connected online, if your system is not connected to the internet, you can't play it. That's why it never made sense to me why, no matter which of the two consoles you played on, that you bought this game on disc physically. For what? It's an online game. You play it online. One day when they shut down the servers, your disc is worthless. Okay? I don't get that. But see, people don't understand what it is they're dealing with, you know? And I think games as a service is another thing. A lot of people are upset that they're making Assassin's Creed as a games as a service game or whatnot. And if it's an online Assassin's Creed, we already know that they usually make a new Assassin's Creed just about every year. And people complain about that like they do with Call of Duty. If the game is good or not, there's always going to those people who have that axe to grind, right? As soon as they hear games as a service, before they know anything about the game, they got an axe to grind. And online Assassin's Creed with missions that people can make and contracts and stuff, like, you know, I would love to see that for Hitman too, you know, in the Hitman universe. And Assassin's Creed has the universe of actual historical history. And, you know, that game, that franchise can teach you a lot about history as well. They put a lot of time and effort into making you understand the time period in whatever game. You know, a lot of it is real to life. Not, you know, of course they exaggerate certain things. We know that what's his face? I forget the guy who had the prototype helicopter drawing or whatever, kind of looked like a corkscrew or whatever. And his character was in the game, and he invented a lot of technology that the assassins were using and whatnot. But that's a historical, Da Vinci. You know, they took it in a direction, you know, that's fantastical and not realistic. And you know, but he's a historical person. There's a lot of information about him in the game, legit information. So if you could become a fan of history just by playing the Assassin's Creed games. But back to the service aspect, we don't even know what they're doing with this game. But an Assassin's Creed game online already has me imagining a lot of great things, you know. But like I say, you know, in the beginning there, that's up to the publisher and whatever developer they choose and whatever plan they go with to make something that people want to play that's worth their time. And if they try to, you know, have loot boxes, whatever, to try to take advantage of us and, you know, grease us of our money for what amounts to nothing, that's on them. And so we just have to wait and see it, and we'll just react accordingly. I don't really think anybody needs to worry about games as a service per se, but you need more understanding of the situation at play before you have a comment and opinion. You can't just have emotion. You know, there needs to be a lot less emotion, a lot more logic when these things are discussed. And I think, you know, that's key. But I'm gonna leave it at that.
All right, I see a fraud alert. Somebody snuck in through the back door. You know what I'm saying? This is somebody going in here trying to get some corn in the cobs
I didn't want to
and some potato salad. What the hell you doing in here, Don? What you doing
hey,
in here,
man,
Don?
you left the front door wide open. What are you talking about?
Front door wide open. Fonzarelli, what did I tell you about that, man? Anyway, what's going on?
Yeah, I left it open. I let Don in.
Oh, what's up? Oh, yeah.
You seem like such a nice guy, right?
Yeah. What's up, Don? How you been?
Not much, man. I thought you guys, you know, we go a little bit later, and then I realized I was really late, so I decided to not to step up, you know, not to slow down the flow of everything, and just you know,
coming into the last topic. Okay.
Yeah, see what's going on, you know, all that good stuff. So
cool. Well, this is the topic we're talking about. Games as a service, and since the industry is pushing this. Is this something that is it problematic going forward, or is it something that's going to be beneficial to gaming, you know, going into the future? What do you think?
I think it's one of those things that's going to solve itself, to be honest with you, because you can only do so many games as a service. You know, you only have so many gamers that have the free time to play them.
Right.
If you get where I'm going with that.
Yeah, because you do got to grind with those games. There's no.
Yeah,
lie.
You do. I mean, I understand the business model, which is lowering your risk and you're trying to basically make the money over a longer period of time instead of a shorter period of time. I mean, that's the business model. That's why DLC exists and anything else that falls in that classification. But I think they keep doing their thing, and I'll just do a game of a beginning, a middle, and end, and I'll take advantage of the opportunity of because when the whole industry moves one direction, there's opportunity for people to exploit other things, right? And make money in different ways. So just like the indies have found their way being as smaller companies in smaller projects, and then you have the AAAs, and now you have games as a service. All that stuff will balance itself out, I think, with time. So I mean, we'll see where it goes. I mean, that's a lot of money to dump in games as a service, and if you don't make it back, I mean, that's a lot you left on the plate. So it's not every game's going to make it. A lot of will try, but we'll see who stands the test of time, right?
Yeah, no doubt. No, I agree. All right. What about you, Fonzarelli? What is your take, man?
I feel very much similar to Don here in this situation. I think it's
really. I was expecting you to be completely.
No. I think that this is going to be something that let's say, okay, what they're doing to Assassin's Creed right now. Essentially, they want to just prolong this world that you're in now and just give you more stuff to do within it and stuff. Is that going to work? Is it going to keep people onto this game? It may not for a lot of people. And it's going to be one of those things where each game, it's going to be a game by game basis. Like some of this stuff that they want to do within some of these games may work, some may not. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really worry me at all, because I look around the industry right now and I see, hell, even EA has single player games coming out. You've got Sony still doing their thing. Microsoft has a lot of single player games coming out that isn't focused on games as a service at all. So we're looking at, there's people out there that are still trying this and stuff, but not every game is going to be successful with games as a service. So I'm not worried about it.
Okay, I thought you was going to be completely, because I know how you are. You've been a stickler about.
Oh yeah. But I see where look. Think you got to think certain companies out there, Sony, Microsoft, Bethesda, that they are still creating a lot of single player experiences, and they're going to continue to do so. We've already seen Phil. Years ago he said that single player games weren't. What did he say? Weren't as I forgot what he said. But
something like they weren't as popular. Yeah, he was. EA said the same thing. Yeah,
but he's totally changed on that, and good, rightfully so. And now he's focusing heavily on single player games, and it just makes my Game Pass library very, very fat and rewarding. I can't wait for all these games. Man, I just want to say I love Game Pass again.
Game Pass.
Love it, man. There's just so many good games coming out in Game Pass.
It is. I cannot wait either. The Friendly Blue Shell said, "This is for Don." Okay. Well, okay.
And by the way, I'm sorry I have to do this, but I have to go.
You have to go? Okay.
For my little ones.
That's okay. It's okay. Yeah.
I
was trying to make it.
Covered, man. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, that's all right.
Don's here. I let Don in to cover everything else.
Yeah, exactly.
Don, you're all good.
You're all good. Okay, so that's why you opened the door. I got you. All right. So
yeah. No. But my kids they're hungry, bro.
Oh yeah. No. That's all good. So let everybody know where they can find you at. You got to feed those little bastards. Go ahead, take care of them.
I gotta feed them.
Go take care of them young ones, homie.
Oh yeah, take care of the kids. No, but thank you so much, man. It was awesome. Wonderful talking to you again, man.
You can find me at Fonzarelli Gaming, here on YouTube. Every Sunday, 2 p.m. I do my little Games Talk Live. Find me there. Find me on RDX over on Dealer Gaming's channel every Tuesday, 5 p.m. West Coast time. So yeah, that's about it. Thank you very much for the coming on tonight.
It was an honor, man. It was
really nice to be with you and everybody else. This panel's still great.
Great. Thank you. Appreciate it, man. And like I said, man, I really do appreciate the shout outs and all that, man. It was much love.
Oh yeah, of course, man. Always do. I bring you up a lot. Matter of fact, when I'm on other podcasts, when they ask me how I got my start or whatever, I always bring this podcast up because it was definitely the first community podcast that I did here,
Oh, yeah.
And I was really like, and All Day brought me, and All Day was one of the first guys who ever saw my first YouTube channel. Was like, this guy's pretty good. Let me bring him on.
Yeah,
so I appreciate that.
Infamous and Delilah. I was like, I don't know about this Fonz really. Hey, you hear this? I'm like, man, my voice is boosted up, man.
I
Don't worry
appreciate
about it.
all of you.
KMEGA did the same thing to me when he first met me.
I said,
Yep,
but
it was the same thing with the Don.
I did,
All
right? Yeah. All right,
I
man,
appreciate you guys.
No,
I'll talk
no
to you
problem,
later.
man. Have a good night, man. Thank you, man.
You too.
Oh
Bye.
man, so all right, so let's go ahead and finish it up. I wanted to hit him with the joke before he got off, but I did want to say but then everybody saw him. He's like 4'1" and like 390 pounds. So I mean, it doesn't really matter. No, I'm playing. So no.
I'm out.
Yeah, no. I've had so much fun tonight.
You're making fun of that man's center of gravity. What are you doing there?
Man, no. Fonz is like
that's performance, man.
Fonz
That's
is like
6'4" and everything.
He you know what I'm saying, skinny guy. So yeah, no, it's he's bald headed though, or I think he's bald headed. He looks like he's bald because he's always wear a cap. So you know what I'm saying.
Hey man, we gotta get your Vin Diesel on, man.
Listen. Well, yeah, because I mean, he's what is his complexion? He's Asian or something.
He's Vin Diesel, man.
Yeah, so he's like a Vin Diesel. Yeah, so he's something like that. Anyway, all right, man. Shout out to Fonz, man. Much love to my brother, man. All right, so D, it's your turn. Okay, so what do you think about this games as a service situation, man? Is it going to be something that is that's going to hurt the industry?
I'm not sure if it's gonna hurt the industry because that's kind of subjective too.
Yeah.
But I know it limits my options when new shit come out. Because I feel like some companies are like, hey, we're gonna keep doing our single player thing. We may have a couple of little co-op elements. And some companies like Ubisoft are just like, you know what? Fuck it. Let's just go ahead and make it a live service. We'll charge you $60, $70 to get in and then still keep charging your ass. As you play the game that you pay $60, $70 for.
That is a good point. Yeah.
And I also noticed, I don't play a lot of them, but I also noticed that even if it's like a free to play game, it's like, yeah, you can play it. It's free. You ain't got to worry about it, but all your shit basic. And if you want anything with any decency, you got to punch the time card, put your hours in because it's a lot. So I mean, the way I look at it, y'all know I like to look at patterns and shit. I don't think I've seen this many games as a service, live service, since Destiny came out in 2014. Now bear with me here. And the reason why I say that is Destiny was making ridiculously stupid money. Like not even 8, 9, 10 figures. And everybody was playing it. Yes, it was online only, like Six said, because I was just like, okay, it's online. If it crashes, my internet goes out, I'm screwed. But I just feel like since then, we've seen so many live services, so many games that are just like online. And I think, like most things, when a new idea comes out, it's fresh, it's new and exciting. But once that money starts rolling in, that's the main point and what it's out for. So I'm not saying I'm not listening. How many games have come out since that are live service? Anthem, the Division series, I want to say, was after Destiny came out. Marvel Avengers. It's just like, I mean, it's cool, but it's gotten to a point where the bottom line is the bottom line, and that's money. Assassin's Creed being online, y'all know how I feel about that. I feel like it's a cash grab, to be honest. I feel like what they've been doing hasn't worked. They pretty much copied and pasted Origins twice with Odyssey and Valhalla. And now they're just like, you know what? We got these allegations. People are not really fucking with us no more. How can we make sure we're getting this money? Because a live service, let's be clear, you're going to get people, like, they get paid and they're buying those time savers. They're buying, whatever currency. Because a lot of these games nowadays, they have multiple currencies. And, it's, I don't know. I won't say it's harming it. But the gaming industry back on 360 and PS3 is not the same gaming industry. Having DLCs and patches and updates was like almost unheard of because we weren't as connected as we used to be, for better or worse. Like you kind of had to put a game out that when you put it out, it worked. And if not, you were screwed because, you had to make sure it worked or else word of mouth got out, Twitter, all that kind of stuff. So
Right.
I don't know. I just know the games that I'm looking forward to as a single player, it's getting smaller and smaller, fewer and fewer, with there being more live service online only. Now, going back to Ubisoft's point, if they do something, again, we don't know anything about it, so I shouldn't be as harsh. But if they do something along the lines of a Unity co-op situation, maybe. But live service just gives me Avengers vibe. Anytime I hear live service now, I instantly think of Marvel's Avengers. That's not a good thing. So
I feel that.
it definitely hurts me personally in my personal gaming experience, but I'm not sure it hurts everybody else as far as the industry as a whole. The industry gonna keep going because at the end of the day, whether it's games being $70, it's DLCs, it's remakes of a remaster of 2 gens ago, people will buy it. The money will be coming in. So the industry will still remain, but the practices and the dignity, that's a whole different story.
You said dignity.
I didn't say dignity. I said it.
Okay.
Hard work and dedication.
Okay. All right. Cool. All right. So let's Infamous. I'm gonna
I gotta
hold you
crash
for
the
last.
party. Hold up. Folks, because your man coming out the woodwork. What the heck is this?
What's going on here? Who is that?
I gotta crash the party. It's your boy Yovi. Yo, K.
Oh man, I can't do this.
Congrats on the 200th episode. I'm proud of you, man. I'm freaking proud of you. Congrats to the whole panel. Mega. Yo, I'm proud of you, bro. I'm at work right now, so I just had to crash the party and just say congratulations on 200 episodes, bro. You're on your way. You can't be stopped, man. It's time. It's time. Let's get it, baby. I'm proud of you, man.
What's the time? It's almost time to get the hell out of here. We got to get going. What you doing coming in here this late at night? What's wrong with you, man?
Hey, listen, we wrapping up work right now, so I just had to come by and show my support to you, man. I'm
man,
thank you,
Let's get it,
much love, man. Much love.
Much love, Yobi. Yeah, that's my boy right there. That's my boy, man. I hope your ass will be ready for fight night Sunday, because man, we back. I'm back.
He's already stretching. Don't worry about it.
Listen, man, I'm ready. Hey, I'll catch y'all though.
Okay,
man. Congrats, the whole panel. Congrats.
Thank you, brother, man. Thank you, man. If it wasn't for you guys out there to like I said, to give you support and to give the panel support, like I said, it's not the panel is the ones who made this podcast who it is. I'm just the ragtag ass host. I've just gotten better because the panel is the ones that held me up. So, you know what I'm saying? Because there's sometimes I just got to shut the hell up and let them talk. And then I could just sit here and drink and relax. And then when I start talking again, and if I drunk too much, then the show's turned to shit. But no, thank you guys. I really do appreciate it. But anyway, Infamous, I'm going to hold you for the last topic. I'm going to go to Still Rain on this one. Still Rain.
Oh.
Is it over? Is gaming doomed because of these games for service that's coming out of the woodwork right now, what the industry is throwing at us?
No, I mean, like the previous have said, man, games as a service is only going to work for some games, man. It's not going to work for everything. Again, when you see games like Destiny, you see games like the Avengers, you see games like you get your MMOs, you can consider those games as a service too. They're for a particular kind of player and people who are willing to invest that time, energy, and effort into it. And every game, and I know every dev isn't looking. They're looking for that hit, but at the same time, I think that devs are starting to realize how much effort and willpower and how bullheads you got to be to really jump into the gaming to games as a service scene, or just a service-based game and have it succeed, or just give it legs, or give it life and really support it for the long haul. It's one of those things to where it's not going to be for everybody, and it's going to end up being just like anything else, where not every game is going to end up being for every gamer. I'll give you a good example. Like I was talking about Black Desert earlier, an MMO. And I'm only using this as a reference because it's like the game initially is quote unquote free, but there's things within the game that allow you to have a better experience if you're a let's say a seasoned player, right? You find that you know, maybe you can use a tent to help your grinding session be a little easier. Maybe you can use some in-game currency and get that outfit that you want. And mind you, their outfits are $30 a piece, minimum. So I know people, you know, give Fortnite a lot of flack and everything, but again, if it's worth it to you, then it's worth it to you. And mind you, you know, people are spending, I'll say me too, but you'll spend $30 on an outfit just to break it down for what is considered cron stones to help you not fail you leveling up your gear. So it becomes a perpetual cycle, kind of like a gambling kind of thing, where you get sucked into where the game is like wanting you to invest more, you know, trying to get you high on that cycle of, you know what I mean, of trying to get stronger quicker if you use these things, and it's not even guaranteed. So when you introduce things like this, it just depends on what you do it. Like for me, I think the biggest reason Destiny has lived as long as it has for me, it's not because of the PvE. It's because it has unmatched PvP, has unmatched gameplay, has unmatched mechanics within the space that make it very unique to the game style, the play style, I should say, that it is. The different classes, the different guns, the way that you can move, it kind of being like Halo-esque but on crack. It's like you're a super Spartan, you know what I mean? And Destiny does that. We're going to see, like with Halo, I don't want to necessarily call it a game as a service, but it's initially what it's going to be. You're going to get your initial, you know, lump sum of story and multiplayer content, and after that, they've already said we're going to support this game up to 10 years. But you're starting to notice that it's becoming more games that the games that are taking this or starting to take this mantle are starting to become games that are seasoned games. They're not like the newer games, and because it's hard to fight for that space and it's hard to fight for that time, you know what I mean? So do I think it's hurting the industry? No, it's just offering people more options. There's already thousands of games out there that I'm never probably going to be able to play, that many of us probably on the same panel may not even get to play, but we will touch on the things that we care for. And if it ends up being as a game as a service, as long as it's supported well, unlike Marvel's Avengers, like D was making that point, where you take a brand that has a lot of credibility, you're taking heroes that basically sell themselves, and you give that game no end game. You give it no reason for people to want to live within that world. It's the same thing that you know failed for Anthem, even though I thought Anthem was an amazing game. I love the play style, love everything that it brought, making me feel like Iron Man, you know what I mean, an Iron Man simulator, and they did it really well, the combat and everything. But unfortunately, the lack of end game, the lack of vision, or lack of, I guess, overall work being able to get put on it, we saw where it went, and that was another games as a service. You're going to find your ones that are going to hit, and they're going to be the ones that not. So I think it's just going to end up being in another balanced space. So
yeah, no, I can definitely agree with that. All right, so so that means last but not least, it's Infamous, right? I hit everybody else, didn't you? Okay, all right. So what is your take on it? I mean, games as a service, like, I mean, these used to be dirty words back in the days.
It's not as dirty then it's not. It's like
that drink is hitting you. You about to?
No, it's not. No, it's not. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. It depends on your preference of game. If your game of choice would have a service, how would you approach that? For me, I would be like, I'm not going to get any service of any game if it's not the game I'll play.
Facts.
But if I do decide to use a service, it has to be the game, the series that I like. For example, like Fallout. And if there are,
good example.
If there are, and
Fallout 76, I believe, is a game as a service, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep,
it is.
I got it. It's good when it want to be good, and it's bad when it wants to be bad.
Yeah.
So for me, I'm like, I love Fallout. That's my jam. And, I will invest, my time and money for that. But not all services are going to be created equal. And some might give you more bang for your buck, some companies might give you just straight peanuts. So
Exactly.
it's just really your preference of what you like to play. And if they got something, if it's worth you spending money on, continuous constant content. Is it like an extra $50 like every 6 months worth, the content that's, they're providing for that money, And that's basically it. That's my answer. It's not a really, thought-provoking answer. It's just like, is what you like.
Yeah, it's 100%. I mean, you're speaking truth,
right?
Because at the end of the day, that's what it comes down to. Again, that's why people spend the money they do on Fortnite. I know people complain, it's just skins, it's just it's just additions. But when you give somebody a game for free, it's kind of like a conversation, or a little dispute we had before KMEGA, where if you give somebody a game for free, they're willing to spend that money on it. Do they have to? Nah, you don't have to, but you're willing to fork that money over just because you're like, I got the game for free. Why not buy this $20 skin? Not thinking about how crazy it is to spend $20, $30
I'm
for
sorry,
a single skin.
I'm not
You know what I
spending
mean?
$20 on a skin. I mean, like,
Dude, it's the same thing.
But you can grind though. That's the whole point now.
I grind for stuff before.
Facts.
I grind for stuff before.
Call of Duty, I grind for that season pass for that season. But it took a minute too.
And the way games like Call of Duty get you is that they'll have the stuff that you have in the season pass, which is always good stuff.
And I still bought shit. Yep.
And then they'll like, you'll find something that you'll see in the store. You'll be like, oh man, I kind of want to dress up as Saul and shoot somebody. You know what I mean? So it becomes one of those things. It just depends on, like Lady hit it out of the park, man. It's exactly that. You're gonna pay for what you want to pay for, what you think you enjoy. So.
She was absolutely right. That was a great point. All right, now I did miss on something because I was saying that I wanted to let you guys know what was one of the games from EA Play that I was really excited about, and of course it was Battlefield was definitely one of them. But then there was another game too that caught my attention, and that was Lost in Random, because last year when they showed Lost in Random, it looked cool, but again, it goes back to when people were tripping about Halo Infinite and how it looked last year. If you go back and you look at Lost in Random when it was showed at the EA Play last year, and you look at Lost in Random now, it looks like a Tim Burton film. It looks absolutely fantastic. Now, it had that look, but it looked like an indie, lower budget title. But that was just showing because the game wasn't prepared. They just wanted to let you see what the trailer is. So that to me is one of those things of where people got to stop capping about what they see if a game is not going to be coming out anytime soon. And that's even saying months, because within months, I mean, from what I've seen with Biomutant, for instance, when I see Biomutant didn't look nothing like what Biomutant looks now. And people got to stop doing that. But of course, people won't, because they need that for their bullshit. But
that's a double-edged sword too. I think developers need to stop showing
console war
too early as well. Like that's part of the problem.
I can agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that.
You gotta own your stuff, right? Like, it's hard not to want to show something you're excited about something because that's what you daily work on. But more than enough, I mean, the average gamer doesn't understand the process. You do, right? Like as a developer. So you got to make sure you kind of own that. And that comes to the marketing people that work at the publisher and all that sort of stuff. I mean, so I think when you see these hard things where things are shown a little too early, they just gotta
they gotta eat that.
They gotta own what they did, right? I mean, that's what it comes right down to. I mean, okay, man, you've seen my stuff from 2 years ago. You've seen where I'm at now.
Right.
Yeah, totally different.
Totally
different. Like, it's superseding anything that we're seeing today, right now.
And you got better with hair. You got better with black hair too. So I'm proud of you.
Yeah, listen here. We got the horsepower. There's no reason why we can't do it these days.
You still got to work with that woman. But other than that, but no, drastic.
Trust me. But trust me, they'll put some time on the lady.
We got some black ladies right here that can kind of help you if you need it.
I'm out.
That kitchen was looking a little rough, but no. It was drastically. The dude looked amazing. Like, I mean, like the white character, and then he showed me the two black characters. The male black male character looked absolutely fantastic. The female black character looked fantastic. The hair was the only problem. And that's where a lot of people just say, "Well, why'd you wear?" And then I was, you know, and I got to talk to my boy Don. Me and Don been friends for a long time.
Yeah.
I'm like, listen, man, that old kid, that kitchen don't look right, bro. You can't be walking around letting that woman look like that. You know what I'm saying? Everything about it looks right, but but from what he showed from back then to now, I mean, well, and that was months ago. That was what, about 4 months ago. So compared to what he's doing even now with his characters, it's amazing. It's amazing. It's amazing work, man. I can't even say that. Oh,
yeah, but that shows what time does, and it shows like, you know, like just owning your shit before you just make it public to everybody else. It's on the developer, man. Like, I can't get mad at a gamer when they don't understand, and you show them something, and
developer and
like,
the publisher.
Yeah, like
the publisher seems to, they're always in a rush too. Yeah,
you don't take gamers and put them through years and years of school and then try to make them understand it. I mean, some publishers don't understand it. Like when they're paying money for something, or like, it looks like this now. Well, yeah, wait until 4 months. Like, you know what I mean? But you know, that happens too, even internally. So it's just, I don't know. It's one of those things that's a pet peeve of mine, where I think that I can understand where the gamer's reaction is from, because it's not on their shoulder to have an understanding of that. They're
with the consumer.
So
Convince me.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? And that's the whole thing. Like I'm right there with you, Don. I don't understand why devs come out. 9 times out of 10, I'm pretty sure it's because of the publishers and the people who are invested and everything else. But it's like I think you would get so much of a better reaction if you just talked about the game when it was ready. Like you would avoid so much if you just talked about it when it was ready,
or if it was close to being ready within that first.
It was close,
6 months. Yeah, 6 months. I would even go a year. That's fine, because I know that the game is going to get more polish within that year.
Right.
The biggest, but that 2-3, like I had this discussion with Pred. Like, well, I need to see something. They got to show us gameplay. No. Why? To show you a broken ass alpha game to where you're gonna be critiquing it for what it looks like right then and there, instead of waiting for the near to the finished version. Like
what you need is a development backlog, right?
Yes.
Like you need to get that backlog to a point, and this goes with all platform providers, all publishers. You need to get your backlog to a point that you can start showing stuff, 6 months out before it's about to release. Yeah. And then, guess what? It doesn't matter, because you're going to have more games next year. You can show 6 months out before release. So it's a continuous thing in regards to that. So, and be honest with you, that hype dies after 6 months anyways. That's behind the scenes, to be honest with you. So as much as like Microsoft's showing a couple things out of the scene, well, the excitement of that is kind of died off like 6 months afterwards, and then they have to remarket, put all this money back into remarketing the game again prior to launch. So
no, I totally agree.
One thing I want to interject there real quick, not to be on the side of like the publishers and stuff, but even I feel like, game making is just hard. Like I don't even know where to start. When I think about, there are genuinely people of common sense when they see something, it's like, okay, that looks like trash. But then you also have to remember there are people, and I keep going back to this example, as much as Insomniac showed, people were still shitting on Spider-Man in the puddles. So I don't know if y'all are on Twitter that week where everybody.
I saw Puddlegate. Yeah, that was awful.
Water, and then the game came out. Crickets. I was just like, I forget. I'm not letting y'all walk away from that. So I do feel
that was a little bit of that eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth thing, I think.
Yeah.
That was really fueled by that. So you can make fun of our game, then we're gonna make fun of yours, and
but they both got looked like fools, because I think what was the other game that they were talking about? Was it Gears 4 or 5 at that time?
I think it was 5.
At the time, it was 5.
It was Gears 4.
2018?
Yeah, I think it was Gears 4.
If it was 2018, that was 5.
Yeah, okay. It was Gears 5 because of
the beta.
And everybody, 720, blah, 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 blah. Look at this. And they ain't even showing the story. And then, of course, when Spider-Man, look at these puddles. Nigga, post this. I'm not posting that shit. Listen, I'm with, every once in a while, I'm with the slander. But then there's got to be reasonable slander. And that was just like, listen, if this game is not complete yet. Wait till the game is done. No, now you over the side with the ponies. No, bro, what? And then of course,
yeah. Can't fall for that.
Yeah, ridiculous.
You can't fall for the trap. I mean, the biggest thing is just to kind of keep everything into consideration, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, you just got to be realistic about it. Friendly Neighborhood Blue Shell, he says, not to leave KMEGA out. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Okay, so my last point here, so we can get out of here, is about the topic itself, about games for service. I am all for it. I think for me is the progression of games, especially for single player games, because listen, I just got finished beating Greedfall. I beat Greedfall's DLC, all of that. I put about 150 hours in.
Oh, damn. Okay, yeah, you was on it.
Yeah. I'll tell you, once I get locked in, I'm locked in, right? So, and I wanted to get done with it so I could uninstall it so I could add in something else.
Move on.
Move on. When I beat that DLC, I hit diamond achievements that I hit on when I beat Forza Horizon 2's story, or what's story mode, but when you beat all the races in Forza Horizon 2, which was like 1.3%. I mean like 0.03%. When I beat that DLC for that game was 0.006%.
Talk your shit.
Nobody is, and that's a 3.5 hour DLC. And then so next week's episode, I definitely got to touch on something that where they're talking about with Hive Busters. We'll definitely talk about that next week. I got to write that down so we can talk about the Hive Buster situation. But then when I beat that game, when I beat Greedfall, the main story, it was only 3.1%, 3.3%. Like, that's insane. And that's what these publishers and also these developers are talking about. We can make these real compelling, deep storied games, but 9 out of 10, most people don't have the time to beat them. And it's basically a waste of all this talent and time to put into these titles to show their vision and what they were trying to do with the game, because a lot of people they don't beat these single player stories like that, especially if they're longer. That's why Capcom is getting away with this bullshit. That's why I think it's slanderous. You're charging me $60, $70 for a 6 to 10 hour experience. Go fuck yourself. I'm not spending that type of money for no game that's gonna be over in 10 hours. I'm not like that. I feel like that, to me, feels like highway robbery. So, but I get it, because the majority of those people can get through those games, play them, be done, and they're fine because of their lifestyle. Gaming's with a service, you can play that game and come back anytime you want to. With Halo, when they're doing this exactly like when you jump in and go play Destiny again. Yeah, Destiny, you get lost because of the way that they got their map system. It's absolutely ridiculous. But with Halo, I'm pretty sure that they'll have that fixed to where you could just jump in and finish whatever the story or whatever the added content that they're going to be bringing. Do that, play that, and be good. And then when you got time to go do it again, you can, and don't feel left out. That's the benefit of games as a service. That's why when I looked at the Assassin's Creed aspect of it, I'm like, oh, this could work. I think that this would be really something really genuine and awesome. But because people keep pushing these narratives about everything that's always online is bad, but let somebody's cell phone go off and they lose their damn mind. Like, isn't that, so you cool with your cell phone being online all the time, but you ain't cool with your video games being online? Come on, man, stop it. Stop front. This is just the way technology is moving. And on top of that, my last point is that when you get a game, back in the old days, when you bought that game, that's how that game came. If that shit was flawed, if that shit was broken, you just had to eat that. You might have got lucky and could try to trade it in, but other than that, 9 times out of 10, you're screwed. Now, at least, if this is a game as a service and this game is broken, as we're looking at games like Fallout 76 or Halo the Master Chief Collection, they will go back and they will fix these games because they want people to keep staying invested into them, so they will put the time in. So it's not all that bad. I am not saying to do away with single player experiences, because I do value them just as much. But I feel that in order to get people to start playing these games and completing them, to see their vision for these developers, from these developers that work their ass off to make us see what they're doing with their art, I think that this could be a good solution for people who just doesn't have the time or even want to put the effort in. That's my point on that. So, let's do our sign outs, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for coming out and checking out the GRG podcast, man. And especially for the people who's going to be listening to us later on, because there's a lot of people that listen to us later. We're on Spotify, we're on iHeartRadio, we're on Google, whatever. We're on SoundCloud. Come and check us out. I definitely appreciate all the support. You know what I'm saying? There's been a lot of people that's been listening to us on Spotify, so I really do. I wish I could put us on Apple. I still got to figure that little crazy stuff out, but once I do, then we'll definitely go on Apple as well. But we definitely appreciate you guys who's been listening to us over the road or wherever that y'all listening to it, work or whatever. So, Lady Infamous, thank you so much. You're one of the last ones standing.
You know it. You know it. You
but
know
you said you
go nowhere.
Oh, I knew it. But man, it's such an honor, such a pleasure. It's always great, man. I do miss you. I do miss you ladies so much. I do, you know what I'm saying? And I hate all the circumstances that happened in the past, but I'm glad that you came here and was helped us celebrate the 200th episode for sure.
Of course, I'm honored to be here.
Yeah. So definitely, let everybody know where they can find you at, man.
Oh, you can check me out at the best thing on a Saturday morning, Grown Woman Gaming with the best thing on a Saturday morning with Delilah HD, L Boogie, 0208, and Mr. Reach. Shout out to them ladies, because whether for them we can do what we do, and you can check me at my side piece, aka Twitter, Lady_Infamous 415.
Don't say PlayStation.
No. And just thank you for having me. Thank you for the panel, and I love y'all inputs, and thank you for the chat for being awesome and stuff. So thank you.
Ooh, I thought that I was going to say, but y'all later than the living split screen. I'm like, we got a challenge, but no,
ain't no challenge. Everybody can eat. Everybody
can eat. That's why when people were saying, it was weird to me a little bit when Fun Speculation and them came on at the same time that we did. Like, what the fuck? What? But listen, everybody can eat. It's no big deal. You know what I'm saying? It just, man, I look at it as good competition. We keep it moving. You know what I'm saying? Much success to them, and you know what I'm saying? And you know, no malice. We just keep it moving. That's just what we do. And if we feared challenges, then maybe that's something to be worried about. But we fear nothing here. So we appreciate everybody who comes to check us out, and then it goes. And I guess what's it called? What y'all guys call it? 2 Tabs Friday. So
Friday, baby.
2 Tab Friday. So yeah, go do that. So it's all love, man. Everywhere, man. It's gaming. It's plenty of places, plenty of the pizza, plenty of pie to eat. So speaking of that, Still Rain. Where can they find you at, man? Where can they find you?
Look, man, another week back at it in the GRG kingdom, bringing that rain in. Look, Friday nights, you can catch us right here, 8 p.m. Central, where gamers recognize game, man, within the KMEGA kingdom, bringing it in to your live raw and uncut. Then we lead into Saturday morning, getting your weekend right, bring that energy in, give you that authenticity where, you know, we're a non-console-centric platform on the living split screen morning show, podcast, whatever you want to call us. Man, we're the new Saturday morning cartoons, man. We're just giving you that real gamer talk. Me and Pong usually go for 2 or 3 hours, just depending on how we feel that day. And just giving you, whether it's gaming topics going on with the industry or maybe some personal topics, man, that we got going on. I know these last couple of weeks we've always tried to incorporate something personal, because again, we're trying to touch those 3 billion gamers, and what better way to do that other than sharing a influential part of yourself, right? Making things personal, making things relatable, and overall just giving the energy that the people need, man. With that being said, 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. UK time. Catch us on Living Split Screen. Other than that, man, it was an excellent show. GWG was in the house. Again, I respect everything that you ladies do over there. We definitely need more female representation within the gaming space. I'm 200% behind that, and that's not just me saying it. That's just something that I've always noticed. Ladies always give men flack for playing games, but men have always give women flack for playing games too. So it goes hand in hand with each other. And again, it's supposed to be all about representation, all about loving each other, playing what you love, loving what you play, and overall just enjoying the passion, man. So with that being said, y'all have a wonderful night. Chat, y'all were on fire, and we'll catch y'all next week or tomorrow.
Oh yeah. Check them tomorrow. No doubt. And it's a good little segue because that's how I do it. It's living split screen when I get up on time because I usually be staying up like a night out like a vampire, and then I get up and I'm like, oh shit, and then I'll come in and I might check the last 30 minutes or an hour of the show, and then just within 30 minutes or an hour, then Grown Women Gaming come on right after that. So it's a perfect little segue, and then there's whatever that's in between there, and then One Away Dragons TV does his thing over there, so might as well get on to it. But first, before I say that and get to Six Layer, I gotta say this, man. I don't know if this is me, if anybody else in the chat, any on the panel. Man, I've really been scoping this Samurai Warriors 5. It just isn't in the budget, but I have been I really want to cop this game. I want it bad. It looks fun. It's a reboot. It's a reboot. No, it's a reboot. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I might e-bag this. Hey, if anybody wants to show KMEGA love, you know what I'm saying? Hey man, Samurai Warriors 5, man.
Hey, y'all buy it for my birthday and I'll send it to KMEGA. Don't worry.
Buy it for my boy Still Ray Digital, and then he'll pass it on to me.
I got you.
When's your birthday, Ray?
It's on the 28th, man. Shout out to the Leos, to the young Leo gods out there. Much love.
How do we get along? Because my daughter's a Leo, man. Hers is on the 24th, so.
Oh, word. Well, much love to her too, man.
No, fuck that. No, anyway. Shout out to the Leos. Shout out to my baby girl, Poofer, as I call her. So, you know what I'm saying? Her birthday she'll be 22. Lord have mercy.
Wow, 22, jeez.
Man, 22, my son is 27. This is crazy, man. This is wild.
Yeah.
I'm an old man. Anyway,
it's a trip, boy.
Six Layer. What'd you say? What'd you say?
I said it was a trip. It's a trip, ain't it?
It is a trip. It is a trip. But anyway, Six Layer, where can they find you at, brother? Where can they find you at?
Hopefully I sound good. I'm getting my head cold is starting to get the best of me right now. But you can find me on Twitter. Great. Well then, you can find me on Twitter. I'm close to 500 subs, so you can check me out there. Check me everywhere. Great games are played on most every platform, minus Nintendo, because they don't seem to show the hardcore no love. But other than that, you can find me right here every week on GRG, and every Saturday 6 p.m. Eastern on that Dragon's Den podcast. Come check us out.
Dragon's Den, Puff the Magic Dragon's Den.
Yes. So yes,
I see pictures of Lemon at his club. He posted it in GRG. I see him in there. He got this funny looking hat on, looking like the dude that I was just playing with. If y'all saw my gameplay of me playing Greedfall, it looked like Lemon had the same type of hat. I'm like, oh shit. Anyway,
look like you just jumped out of Major Pain.
I know, right?
Yeah. So one last thing I just wanted to say. Once again, congratulations on 200 episodes of their KMEGA. I'm happy. I take pride in saying, I put a piece in that. So
yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Yes, congrats once again, my friend.
Yeah, man. Thank you so much, man. And listen, you was a listener before that, so I mean, you've had a piece all the way through, man. So like I said, man, thank you so much, man. Bless you. I really do appreciate it. Also, what we got? Last but not least, is it the no. I won't just say last but not least. We got D. D, we gotta let D get out of here. What's going on, D? Where can everybody find you at?
She disappeared.
Did she leave?
She's like, that's it.
Was she gone? Oh, she just disappeared. I just seen it. Okay, there's a delay over here. Oh, she said, I'm out. I'm going to bed. All right, so Don.
Yes. If you want
snuck
to
in
know
here
what
and stole some potato salad, get your ass out of here,
man. Wait. Oh, did it play? Oh, it didn't play.
What didn't play?
Bummer.
You're trying to do your sound effects. Oh,
yeah, sound effects is not working.
She lost connection.
Yeah, a lot in my house right now. The best thing to do is follow me on Twitter, the Don_KTR. Anything I'm doing will be there when I go live, when I post something. That's the best thing to watch me on there. And Devin the Gamer's on Twitch.
Is Devin the Gamer gonna finally come back? What the hell is going on? What are we doing?
Well, you had some stuff going on, so I didn't want to bother you. And I already sent you the Devin the Gamer.
It's like a month old. I was like, I'm not still putting that out there. I'll put it up. But it's like 3 weeks.
Well, yeah. I mean, it was a couple weeks old, and then you wait a couple weeks. Yeah, it's a month old now. Yeah, you're right.
All right.
Yeah,
for real.
Nothing but two old men doing a podcast. So
this is
interested in that. So,
hey, this is exactly what Lippin Split Screen is from now. And all you got to do is go to if you go in the future, you'll see me and Don. That's exactly what happened to Pong. It's still rain.
Luckily, I'm the young man in the room. I can keep Pong young. But with y'all, man, y'all really underselling each other, man. I mean, what y'all got going on with Devin the Gamer? Again, having that perspective of the gamer and also the dev is an amazing thing to have, man. And I'm at least grateful that you guys have that show. Again, I'm always open to different people's perspectives. That's why I hardly ever block or mute people unless you just really getting out of line. But because I want to hear different people's perspectives, and what y'all do on Devin the Gamer, man, is such a unique thing. Because again, how many devs are really getting out here on podcasts and really having wholehearted conversations of what they got going on? I just have that experience. And just give a whole nother perspective that many people may not understand, because a lot of people look over that, man, especially from a typical consumer all the way up to the top to us, if you want to consider us hardcore or whatever the case might be. It's a y'all doing an amazing thing over there with that, man, and I just feel like it's undersold and undervalued, because it's
now you have to post it now.
Hey, that's true. I'm always lurking, man. Usually I'm watching it throughout the week, because that's how I was watching my podcast before. I was watching it throughout the week during work, because it just worked in the schedule like that. But yeah, man, definitely, I'll definitely do that. I'm always lurking though. So
we'll appreciate it, Rain. I mean, he's gonna be trying to re-sign his contract for next year. I likes that anyway. But
it's just facts, man.
I really appreciate it, man. No. Oh, so you back? Okay, so now you get us a shout out. All right. So where can they find you at, Miss D? Go ahead now, Miss River.
My bad. So sorry.
No, I'm
going through it over here. You can find me every Friday at GRG, 7 p.m. Eastern, and I'm on Twitter at Gingy's Mom. I'm also on Twitch, DMarieB, and I'm on PlayStation and Xbox at Kirby Titan. I want to thank you guys for coming out and letting me be here, even though I was late on CP time. I'm so sorry.
Oh no, you fine. You excellent. You know what I'm saying? Listen. As much as that's why Delilah was pleased when I said she's D is always in my ass about being on time, because she's a stickler about it. She was like, yes. I don't know if you heard that part before the show. She was like,
I am a stickler for time.
I'm sure she was wiggling her little fingers right there in enjoyment, because she always would get on my ass about, hey, you're supposed to be on time. You're the host. I'm like, oh my God. Well, that's
yes, I concur.
Time. This is not what you're supposed to do. This is definitely on time.
Okay, so all right. I know Delilah's over here cussing me out right now. She's still listening. Anyway, but Infamous can co-sign for me. That's how Delilah sounds when she mad, isn't it?
Look, man, you gonna wrap it up, or you gonna go down memory lane? I mean,
we out of here. Thank you guys so much. I really do appreciate it, man. Remember, go wash, as they say. Everybody says it, but you know what I'm saying. Go wash your hands. Go wash your ass. Go do your business. Man,
Legs.
please stop
All
being
of
crazy, people. Vaccinate yourself. If you're gonna believe in aliens and Bigfoot and the Kuna Matata, you can believe in the vaccine. I got vaccinated. Just take care of yourself, man. Don't think about your neighbors and also.
And KMEGA's got all three of them.
I know, really, too. I got them all: Johnson & Johnson, Pfizer, and Moderna. Anyway, but everybody have a good one, man. Thank you guys for hanging out. Next week, hopefully, we'll have Triple Cup Chuck, Live Wire, and then we get Xbox 448, and maybe Don will stop back by to catching the last topic again next week. So anyway, so we can go ahead and do it. Hopefully, Live Wire not Live Wire, but All Day. And 100 and everybody else can get back in touch with me in Kaleidoscope. And so then maybe we could do that as well. But we want to celebrate everybody who's been a part of the GRG family. And I hope you guys will come and check us out next week. So thank you. God bless y'all. Everybody have a good night. Let's go. We out. Peace.
Peace.
Bye, y'all.
Hey, thanks for checking out the GRG podcast. All your gaming news and our special topic of the week. Make sure to join us every Friday night, 8:30 p.m. Eastern, 9:30 p.m. Central, 6:30 p.m. Pacific. This was the GRG podcast.